loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the bands jumping at the bag. Vibe blowing at my jack. Got the loud jumping at the bag. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. Well, welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious One. A.K.A. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fix His Binds, LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best edutainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies of the JUCO call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Your third leg was
also
just
the man with one throbajo. That is the Mitch Slapper, the Eradicator, the Mitch Eradicator, the Anointed One.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Mating Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. That is C God, Allah, N-I-B, the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for today for these Mitch-ass ninjas. Why weak men were created to be mama's boys, why the masculinity and the anti-masculinity of the community has made men Mitches, all right? And mama's boys. We're going to break down this lesson with a unprecedented audience. We're going to have a less audience than we normally have because the Mitches ain't going to be here. So I'm going to be preaching to the choir. But the weak men and the weak positions they choose to be in our society are definitely evident of their upbringing and their attachment to their mammies. All right, we're going to show you this real quick. And before I say this, we're going to tell you everybody love and kiss your mother and give her flowers on Valentine's Day and Mother's Day. This is nothing against the mammies, but we're going to talk about these Mitch-ass ninjas and the weak positions in life that they choose, and particularly the impropriety of black manhood. Men with mommy issues, Mitch-ass ninjas. Yes, indeed. We're going to focus on these Mitch-ass ninjas and give you a historical breakdown of what creates these Mitches. Yeah. All right, that air horn going to be air horning today. All right, the impropriety of black manhood, these weak-ass men, and why they portray themselves to be the victim. See, there's no place like home, da-na. When your family around, you are never alone. All right, we're going to take you through a deep dive in the mama's boys, all right? Why black men are attached to their mammies and do not hold their women accountable, always come in the cape for these women. All right, a steep history of TV shows influencing you weak-ass men to be mammy's boys. And we're going to talk about what mammy's boys are. Let's move this over here. We don't need that one. All right, mammy's boys, you mammy boy ass ninjas. Yes, indeed. And these ninjas was hitting. These ninjas was hollering last night. All right. And why pro-blacks is particularly a bitch ass position. It's a weak position for a man to take. Why being a pro-black is a weak ass position to take. We got that. Plus, we have JoJo Inspire back. All right. The legendary JoJo Inspire. All right. She's going to be back, and she's going to talk about Spark versus, well, let me get JoJo. Spark versus, what is it? Stability. Spark versus stability. This is going to be an important segment because we're going to show you what women and how women think about the men that they date. The men that they date, right? It's basically the bad boy versus the good boy argument, but they reframed it. Spark versus stability. Yes, indeed. New world order. All right, we got that. Plus much more but to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App, Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV, PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. All right. Yes, indeed. Yeah, man, it's a great show. Let me get to the earlier contributors to today's show. I'm sure that air horn is going to be air horning today. All right, so, yeah, I'm on the attack. I'm on the attack in 2025 because it's Boss Up 2025.
Boss up,
and we going to have Mitch-ass ninjas screaming. All right, shout out to our brother here. This is our brother here, Ghost Q. He says, Mitch alert for the corporate pro-black simp ninjas, bringing down and not holding the line on manhood. He says, shout out to the real free agents for life, holding down the line. Ghost Q, you're right on time. And that was at the end of the show. All right. The corporate pro-black simp ninjas, they out here be buck dancing for the white man, but then when they come on my stream and act like they are holier than thou, it's a weak position to take. All right. They never hold the women accountable, and they certainly don't hold the white man accountable, but it's time to hold CGA accountable all of a sudden. You weak ass niggas. All right. You Boyce Watkins looking ass ninjas. All right. It's always the Boyce Watkins ass ninjas or the weed smoking ass Rastafarian ass ninjas that got the most to say. It ain't gonna bust a grape in a fruit fight ass niggas. All right, yes, indeed. We got them. Okay. All right, we got them. All right, we gonna get them today. It's gonna be a whole season on these niggas. Gotcha, bitch. All right, season on these ninjas. Yes, indeed. It is gonna be, it is. But they gonna be first one in line for the free shit. Shout out to Love W in the building. We winning. And that was late last night or early this morning. NGN, what are female pilots' good luck charms to have with them while flying? I don't know that joke. Kobe Bryant jersey, I think. Yeah. Oh, I think what are female pilots' good luck charm to have? Okay. All right. All right. We got another question for later on in the show. We got Mr. Troll to you says, did you hear about Pat Riley reaching a deal with the NFL to use the slogan three-peat on merch? The Swifties will buy them up quick, and Kelsey can become the first tight end with 4 Super Bowl rings. Don't trust Sirianni. He seems like he's going to pull a Pete Carroll and not hand it off to Saquon. Why would he do that? All right, Saquon's a good guy. He got a white girl, too. I mean, yeah, he's a good Disneyland guy. All right. But yes, Pat Riley trademarked the term three-peat back in the day. All right. When the Lakers were going to three-peat, but they failed. All right. So Pat Riley coined the term after they won back-to-back championships. So shout out to Pat Riley over there giving the NFL a little three-peat motion there. And Mr. Troll to you says, I could be wrong. And the Eagles could win, but the NFL has invested too much time and money to set this up. He says, the writing seems to be on the wall to me. Yeah, this is the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl. All right, they're going to crown them. And look, if you want to crown them, crown them. All right, if you want to crown them, crown them. But hopefully we'll have a show, a sports show before the Super Bowl this week. Jay McGee, what's up, coach? Great show last night. Keep spreading your wisdom. Thank you for opening my eyes and helping me take off my simp cape and live my life to the fullest. I still hate the son husband Mitches. Reverend X, these son husband ass Mitches.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off.
Cut him off.
Next call.
All right. Yes, man. Yes, it's going to be a lot of Reverend X going on here. You know what? You know what we need to do? Thank you for reminding me. We need to make Reverend X bigger on my screen. All right, we need to make Reverend X a little bit bigger. All right, because Reverend X going to be speaking a lot for these Mitch-ass ninjas. Let's see if he's a little larger. Pause.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Let's make him larger.
Cut that bitch off. Next
yeah,
call.
Reverend X going to be going crazy today. He going to be going ham on these Mitches today.
But at least this way, you're able to defend yourself.
Hold up for a second.
False allegations.
All right, I got some TikTok going crazy on the back of my screen. What TikTok is talking here? There's a TikTok girl chirping in the background. All right, let me find out what video that is. I don't even know what video is just going to be popping off, interrupting my show. All right, let me see here. Talking about false allegations. All right, I can't find the video. There's literally a video. I can try to see it. Let me see here. Where is it at? Shit. It's going to be ruining my show for the whole show until I find the bitch. All right, let me see something. All right, yep, it's going to go off. I'm looking for the tab that has that microphone. Bitch just keep jumping in my stream. What's going on here? All right, hold on for a second. Let me see something. Is she still talking? New world. All right, she not talking no more. The fuck? What are we doing here? And it's like a hidden tab somewhere. All right, this is going to piss me off. Shout out to Jay McGee, man, says open his eyes. The son husband Mitches, they got to go. We got to eradicate them. C. Shaw, I just got promoted to senior accountant at my job and took myself out to celebrate. Let's go. And I said, whatever the fuck. He says the waiter said and asked, what do I do for the living? And I said, whatever the fuck I want. By the way, Sunday's Locals show was fantastic. Congratulations to Mr. Shaw. He's senior accountant. He making that money, and he's doing whatever the fuck he wants for a living, and he's ordering what the hell he wants. And he says, join Locals. That's all he also said. Join Locals if you want the reality, the scoop here. All right, congratulations to you. All right, keep it going. As I try to find this damn thing that's talking in the background. Is this it? Okay, I think I found it. I found the thing interrupting my stream. It was hiding back there. Congratulations to our brother, man. Keep going, keep grinding, C. Shaw, and put yourself first. And I think what these guys are talking about right here, even Jay McGee says, you know, men spend a whole bunch of time simping for possibilities for other people and not for themselves. All right. That's what Jay McGee was just talking about. Go find opportunities in this life for yourself. Everybody else can kick rocks, especially when they ain't doing shit. They ain't doing shit to help themselves. I think it's even in the Bible, you know, for you biblical people. Before lending a helping hand to someone, they gotta reach their hand out too. All right, they got to give you a hand. You can't reach down and get people who don't want to be got. Shout out to our brother Jay Lee. Says the end of tonight's show was fire. Free agent lifestyle for life. Oh man, Jay Lee with the sponsorship. Let's go. Yes. If y'all didn't see last night's show, and I can already tell, I see people asking me about other shit that I covered last night. I know I do a lot of content. You can't watch everything. All right, but last night's show, the end of it. All right, the Mitch ninjas exposed themselves, and I knew I still had a community of Mitch ass ninjas. Right? It's, the pro blacks was all hot, and I know what happened. They don't watch the show. They literally come in late to my show every day watching some bullshit like Pop the Balloon. Then they want to come to my show and then talk about how I ain't talking about white people enough. You always talk about black people when I spent a whole hour on white women. Like, I dissected white women like a fraction. Right? I literally talked about white women for an hour. All right. And then the pro blacks, late, of course, the Mitch ass, Cape ass, Mitches of America, pro blacks came to my show. You always talking down about the black woman. Huh? Like, what? Did you see the beginning of the show? They completely missed it. And they probably saw it and was laughing and sniggling for a good hour. I was talking about pogs, muskrats. All right. You know who is froze. It was crazy, man. And then they all got sensitive. And they were like, you should talk about white women more since you and I'm like, bruh, I literally talked about white women for an hour. It's a weak position. It's a weak position. Just goofy shit. And we still got to eradicate the Mitches. The Mitches are a problem, right? And these mama's boys are a problem, right? They just don't know who they are. And they don't even know how to help themselves. So they front like they're going to help everybody else. I'm going to help the community of, you ain't going to help nobody. You're a weak Mitch. You're a weak Mitch. You can't help yourself. So you pose to help somebody else. Right? I'm going to help everybody else. No, you're not. You can't even help yourself, nigga. All right? You can't even help yourself. So how you going to help everybody else with that bullshit? Bullshit talk. All you are is mouth. All right, shout out to our brother here. And we got our brother, no government name. He says, I go by Juco69. He says, I always donate over there. But he says, today, my divorce was officially signed by the judge in Cleveland. Sorry. I'm not happy. All right, shout out to you, man. We got an official divorcee over here. Shout out to you. Congratulations. And he says, the air has never smelled fresher. The grass never looked greener. And the sky never looked bluer. Been 3 years in the making. Today is my Emancipation Day. To honor Martin Luther King, he says, free at last. Free at last. God almighty. I'm free at last. He says, I paid that bitch the restock fee and promised myself I will never go back to the plantation as long as I live. He also says, I'm a man, 40 years old, got 2 beautiful kids, and I'm in great shape. I locked in on getting my money pregnant. I'm a active passport, bro, and that will be my path going forward. Lease and release for recreational use only. I've watched both live streams each day for 3 straight years now, and honestly, it's what put me on game and got me through the process. I found you the day KS passed, and I couldn't have done it without you. He says, I want to pay for some long overdue tuition to my favorite African-American sociologist. Thank you, coach. Appreciate you, brother. And that is Mr. Juco69, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, that's a co-sponsorship. Congratulations. We're going to talk about that part of it, man, where and congratulations, but we're going to talk about when men get away from that plantation, that the plantation men are trying to get stuck on every day. Every day. You're literally trying to get stuck on a plantation. I want to be there. I want women to love me for me. I want women to like me. You guys are asking to be on the plantation. Soon as a man gets off the plantation, he like, I ain't never going back to that shit. He runs. Hallelujah. 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 H every day says, coach, you got this shit on lock. He says, I hit you with the judo question and you ate that shit. He says, that's how you end the show. End the show with these motherfuckers. Just be like, man, these niggas, I gotta go, bro. I ain't got time to argue. Hey, one thing I'm going to say, man. I did not make my platform to argue with niggas. I've been saying that for a long time. Remember I said that? People be like, debate me, bro. I was like, I did not make my platform to argue with men. I'm damn for sure not going to debate no goofy ass nerd. And I'm not going to argue with niggas. All right? That's not what I'm here for. I'd rather argue with dense, airheaded broads than to argue with you goofy ass niggas. All right. You know why? Because I've been around you goofball, especially you black men. All right. And I'm not black, by the way. All right. I don't know if you knew. All right. I'm not black. All right. You keep saying I'm black. That's like saying you a nigga. All right. That's when I hear that. You black too. That's like qualifying me as a loser because you see me winning. All right, that's like trying to bring me back. All right, you know what I mean? It's a derogatory term associated with nothing but negativity. You black too, coach. Remember, you black too. Like, no, I'm not. Just because you want to lose, don't try to make me a loser. Right? I'm not black. I've been saying that since 2018. I'm not black. The fuck you talking about? All right, you can call me black because you want your master call you black. But here's the problem with it. Here's the problem with it. These guys, right? In other words, all right. In other words, what these guys want to do is they can't help themselves, so they got to bring somebody else back down where that's winning. How about you follow me? All right, follow me. You don't want to follow me. But I told you, I didn't make this platform to argue with men who want to be losers. You want to lose, and then you want me to lose, and you want me to argue with losers. I will never give you men a platform, all right, for me to even try to be on my level. All right, so anyway. Black is a derogatory term altogether. All right, so it was not intended for you to be black. The white man, the master, is the one that put you in that racial category, which is not it's not an accurate racial category at all. All right, it's an ethnicity, and it's barely that. All right, so I want you guys to understand that when you try to get me riled up with that whole black shit, I am not black. All right, it's an ethnicity that's not really an ethnicity. All right, it's an imaginary ethnicity. It doesn't describe anything accurately. All right, but you can keep calling yourself that, but I won't. All right. All right. All right. All right. And people, if you're new to me, I've explained this for years, and I know you're new and you're just completely flabbergasted by it, but you're sitting in a motherfucking apartment with popcorn on your ceilings. Okay, well, you can be black. All right. I'm not going to be that. Right. But it's an imaginary ethnicity that's not really one. And I'll break that down later if you want me to know, want to know, because you guys don't understand how you limit yourself by thinking how your slave masters associated you and classified you as black. All right. It's really the loser position. All right. It's the loser position in our society for sure. All right. But not even white people aren't even white. So I don't even know why they even call them white. They're everything but white, except for redheads. All right. All right. Anyway, I hope you guys will be ready to boss up later because this is going to be a tough conversation. All right. Tough conversation. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's get into this part of the show. We got a great show. Let's go with Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Okay. I got some shit out of order. My tabs are out of order this morning. Okay. I got to move that way down there. I'm going to move this way over here. All right. There you go right there. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's go.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right. Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Let's see what we got here. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. All right, look at this one here. You guys saw me over in Park City, Utah, out there snowboarding and skiing with the snow bunnies. All right, you guys saw me there in, what was that? Thanksgiving, a couple of months ago. I was down there skiing and snowboarding, and it was a cool time, man. I had a good time out there. I fell. I got up. I fell. I got up, but it was a great time going down the big mountain, right? All that white snow, all right? It was crazy. But I noticed something when I went there, and when you go there, you're going to see something like this. Anybody ever go snowboarding? You know, you're way up at the top of the mountain, and when you put your board down, we're talking about really hundreds, up to $1,000 worth of equipment. You have bindings, you have boots, and you have the board itself. And when you go there, you go in the ski lodge or you go in the cafeteria, everybody leaves their boards out like this. Even around the resort or the ski area, they leave their boards out like this. Nobody locks them up or anything. Now, you know, when you go from you're not around the right people, okay, most of this equipment will be stolen, all right? But when you're around the right people, these things don't go missing. It's interesting. Nobody locks their bikes or boards up. You're like, damn, they just got their shit out here like this? Yes, they do. Well, somebody has a joke related to this, and we're going to hear the joke. Let's go.
Tens of thousands of dollars of equipment just leaning. People are trustworthy here. You know why? Because Hellcats can't make it up the mountain.
Oh, no.
Tens of thousands of dollars of equipment just leaning. People are trustworthy here. You know why? Because Hellcats can't make it up the mountain.
Oh,
the humanity.
some good old racial humor here. Oh, no. Boy, the pro-blacks really going to be mad today. They really going to be mad because I'm going in on y'all. And please, I hope y'all clip my show. Please clip it because normally they don't clip it. All right. Wow. Wow. That's terrible, bro. You know why they can leave their equipment out? Because Hellcats can't make it up the mountain. Shish. Oh, no. But it's true, though. It is true. I mean, it just be thousands of dollars of equipment. Look, they out here. They be like, leave your board here. I'm like, I ain't leaving my board outside. All right. Yep. Leave your shit outside. Hellcats can make it up the mountain. Sheesh. All right, boy. People really, when you speak the truth, people get offended here. This is terrible.
Tens of thousands of dollars of equipment just leaning. People are trustworthy here. You know why? Because Hellcats can't make it up the mountain.
Oh.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's true. And Mexicans are up there too. They be up there with they ain't even got no snow gear on. They be down there. Because there's Mexicans out there. There be Mexicans out there, but they be out there with their whole family and one person skiing at a time with no gloves, no hats, no snow boot. They just lace in with their shoes. They like, fuck it, let's go down the mountain. We don't need no gear. Wowzers. All right, we're starting off the show crazy. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got some white women coming up on the screen.
Where the white women at?
All right. All right, we got a white woman out here being street interviewed, and she says, I'm going to be the next hot Tua girl, and she's going to go ahead and unleash a tirade on Skeezerville.
Quit talking, motherfucker! I'm doing an interview!
What's the freakiest I ever done?
Let her go first. I sucked a guy off in a glory hole. Not only did I do that, I sucked his cousin off. I want you to put this online, by the way. I sucked his cousin off. And then, quit talking, motherfucker! I'm doing an interview!
Don't listen to anything.
Yeah, listen to everything I say. I sucked his cousin off. And I had a great time. Hey, wait! I'm not done.
Oh, no.
I was bouncing on some random stranger.
Oh, my.
And I want this online, by the way. I don't care. I'm doing this for
Humanity.
you. And I was having the best time of my life.
All right.
Okay.
How about you?
You know what? I'm an angel.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, these white women, boy, they go crazy out here. When they get on the coca, the ketamine, they be out here on the mushrooms. She definitely on the alcohol. And yes, somebody's going to make her. Somebody's going to wife her. Somebody's going to wife her and make her a whole stay-at-home mom and raise the kids. All right. And and the other girl is like, I'm an angel compared to that demon. All right. You see that little demon right here? All right. And look at her. Her whole fit. Look at her swag. All right. She just a whole skeezer.
You're an angel?
That's a lie.
Oh. Oh, my goodness. Pancakes. She said, that's a lie. Oh, my goodness. It's rough out here, brothers. It's rough out here. All right, y'all can't even get white girls at this point to not act like skeezers. As I told you, they big skeezers too. They big skeezers. Just people don't believe them. She said that's a lie.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, Jesus. Pancakes too. All right. And why you taking the ninja phone? They always in somebody's business messing shit up. All right, go sit down.
That is blasphemous.
Yeah, she said that's a lie. Oh my goodness. The other girl looked like a skeezer too. A big time skeezer. All right, we got a brother here, Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We got a man here that committed a crime, I guess. Let me know what you think about this. It says in 2008, a man from Chicago bought a car for $600. He registered the car in his ex-girlfriend's name. Then he parked the car at the O'Hare Airport and racked up 678 parking tickets totaling $105,000. $5,000. I think we don't need another hero. All right, that's petty, sir. All right, that's petty as hell, man. Listen.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, hey, he said, hey, you gonna cheat on me? I got something for you.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right. We don't, hey, look, man, we sometimes say, you know, don't get into the petty shit with your girls and your ex-girls. It's better to move on as a man. But we don't need another hero. All right, shout out to his boy right here, boy. That's a good one.
City boy, city boy.
Yeah, man. And look at him. He's showing teeth, too. Look at him.
Niggas always gotta show they teeth.
You know, I'm not with the petty shit. Oh, yes, I am. You know, I'm with the petty shit. So I see no problems here. All right. I see no problems here at all. I wouldn't tell you to do it. I'm not advising you to do it, but, you know, sometimes you got to get a bitch back.
Gotcha, bitch.
You got to get your last lick. Pause. It just depends on how far you want to go. He definitely a straggle or he's a sniggle. And she's a straggle. All right. He definitely a sniggle. Look how he looking too. All right. Look how he looking. All right. I wouldn't say do it, but I understand. All right. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, the last one. Here we go, guys. Listen, everybody knows about the junior college here. If you don't know about the junior college, I don't know what's happening here. I think I do a good job at marketing, but I don't overmarket. You know, I don't shove it in your face. Pause. All right. I don't shove it in your face.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right. But we talked about the monetized dating marketplace quite a bit on this show. So let me go ahead and tap you in on what the JUCO is and the monetized dating marketplace. If you don't know, you can head over there. All right. You can head over there and get up there and you can get some information about how the monetized dating marketplace works. We walk you through a step-by-step guide, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track, knock your wig, push back. All right. So there's the link. But what do I say sometimes about these mama boy Mitches, these game ninjas, these mouthpiece ninjas? What do I say? Sometimes they're sneaky fuckers, all right? That was a fish called the sneaky fucker, all right? They're weasels. They're like Swiper. They will take a scenario that they'll walk into a scenario and they'll completely flip it to do low life shit. Like they'll take a scenario that's completely set up for everybody to win and they'll come in and they'll somehow try to manipulate the system for only him to win, right? The sneaky fucker. All right, we call them the sneaky fucker, all right, or the weasels, or the scavengers, or the catfish of the dating marketplace. So we have the JUCO. Everybody knows kind of where you can do JUCO-oriented events, right? You can get a passport and you can go trick, all right? It's okay. I don't know why people have a problem with it. People do have a problem with it. I'm like, mind their belt, fucking people been doing this forever. Right? Then you can do what? You can go over there. You can do this. You can get some JUCO. You can get some nice young pieces of calico and fold them up. Me, 20-year-old Latina last night. Fantastic. All right. Great. All right. And it's get 'em daddy season out here. Get 'em daddy. Everybody wins. But when you have lowlifes, they will take the same scenario and they'll flip it, manipulate it to be a lowlife. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. All right. Here's a guy right here. All right. A Sniggle. All right. A Sniggle. Here. There he is right there. All right. So there's the Sniggle. And you already know. Sunglasses on a live stream. Okay. Sunglasses in a video. Very disingenuous. Unless you're vlogging. I typically vlog with sunglasses on because I'm always wearing sunglasses outside. I wear my sunglasses at night. Literally a King's Latina. She was a Quince Latina. She was 20. All right. But anyway, look at what we got here. And we got, you know, his lips ain't that ashy. All right. But yeah. And crooked teeth. All right. Crooked teeth. We got the whole setup, junk in the background. You know what I mean? This is a typical Sniggle. He says how to find rich older women. How to find rich older women. Now, what do you think he's going to do to find rich old women? He's going to go to the gym. Is he going to go to the gym, Equinox, and go find rich old women? You know, he's going to pay the fee to go to Equinox. You think he's going to do that? No. Do you think he's going to, you know, level up in society, get to a position where he can get richer old women at the place that he works or through clientele? Nope. He's not going to do that. What do you think he's going to do to find rich old women? The JUCO. Yes, the JUCO. Now, when I tell you guys that you have low lifes, literally aiming low to try to hit, they're taking a place. They're going to go to a place that is designed for one thing, and they will go in and manipulate it for the exact opposite. He's going to go to seeking arrangements. Yes. Let's play the video. I tell you about these guys all the time. These guys are fucking losers. Anybody that tries this shit, and look at him. Look at this guy right here. He's a loser. All right, so here we go right here. How to find richer old women in your 20s. Here we go.
Older women, if you're in your 20s, first you boys are going to go to Seeking Arrangements, otherwise known as seeking.com. Once you're on there, obviously you're going to put that you're a male, you're interested in females, and you're going to pick the option successful members, not the one that says attractive members, because you know we want the ones that are rich. From there, obviously you're going to put in your stats. Then there's going to be obviously an option to put what you're seeking. Remember, she's a woman with money, so she's going to have the money and she's going to want to go on vacations, travel with you. She's going to want to spoil you. So the least you can do is give her an emotional connection. Are you listening? She's going to be into romance, so you got to be into romance as well, or at least fake it. You're going to have to go to shows, go ballroom dancing, watch ballet with her, go to the theater, all those types of stuff. But hey, we're just here for the money. There's going to be a prompt that says, what do you really seek in a partner? You know we're out here lying to these women, so we're going to use ChatGPT to forge us something. The prompt that I gave ChatGPT is that I'm a man in my 20s seeking an older rich woman. I'm seeking her through a dating website and I want to appeal to her. So can you write me a personal profile on what I am seeking? I can't lie, I have to give it up to ChatGPT for this one, because it actually said how I actually am as a person and made it sound really good. From here, you're going to add your best pictures. Obviously, me looking fly, me in luxury places, me around girls. One thing to remember, guys, when you're around women, you appeal to other women. Once you get on the site, obviously look for something that you're into.
These ninjas are bums. They really bums are out here. He could get a job. He could level up in society and completely avoid this demographic. But no. Bum ninjas. Yep, mode 3 into mode 4. Here he is right here. This is what he's aiming at. I told you guys, these are some loser bum ninjas. And they will take literally a thing. This is a place. It's like the dating marketplace. Then you have guys manipulating the dating marketplace. And then when the women come out angry and they adjust to the dating marketplace, they go crazy. See, these bitches are crazy. All right, they wild. I'm like, you literally went in and manipulated the dating marketplace with bum loser activity. And then you mad that the women act like they're acting. All right, you always want to blame the women, but it's a lot of bum men out here, all right, that are doing this, that will spend their time out here hag maxing 46-year-old loser women, all right, leftover women on a site where we already know what goes on over there. Come on, man. Like, this is what I've been trying to tell you and warn you about. I get it for free. We're going to go over there and get rich, older white women. Guys, no, you're not. No, you're not. This is going to be complete. First of all, you're going to piss everybody off over there because nobody's over there for that. Everybody knows why we're here. All right. And then you go over there to try to manipulate it. Bum shit. This is what you're going to go try to fuck over here. And no, you're not getting much money. Look at this nigga. Look at this guy, man. Look at this guy. I mean, I tell you, man. Oh, my goodness. That's sad, isn't it? But I've been trying to warn you that that's what a lot of guys do. But of course, you know, when they start talking about the white man this and racial that, they're going to be the victim. All right, we here for a reason because we can't get. And I'm like, dude, all that chat GPT AI stuff, you could have put that into a job and made some money. But no, you're going to target old white women. All right, that's what you're going to do. Old white women.
Where white women at?
Jeez. Mama's boys, right here. When I talk about weak men, this is what I'm talking about. Taking a perfectly good scenario and trying to manipulate it with loser shit. Yeah, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Yeah, Ninja trying to bang B. Arthur from the Golden Girls. He trying to bang B. Arthur from the Golden Girls and literally putting in work all that time, and he's going to say he didn't pay. Unbelievable, man. Bum losers of the dating marketplace. Okay, bums. And y'all listen to bums all the time. Because, right, bums. Shout out to our brother, Mr. Underdog says, for saving lives, especially today. LOL, we're going to save a couple of lives. It is the Paycheck Protector. He says, free agent lifestyle changed my life. Yes, it did. The free agent lifestyle changed my life. Go get the book, man. I know people don't want to read. I get it. All right. You don't want to know what the philosophy is. I get it. All right. It's the free agent lifestyle that is a life-changing, life-altering, what we call a trade-off. You're making trade-offs and you're investing in yourself. Man, this stream has already been invaded like crazy. Macaroni Tony, your gut checks are unrivaled. He says, I have 10 subscribers thanking me for your advice. Some will laugh, but that's an accomplishment to me. That's not an accomplishment. 10 subscribers that you know personally that have thanked me for my advice. You're leading people right to this message. I appreciate it, Macaroni Tony. And he says, ninjas write their name on their $40 basketball to make sure man don't swipe it. He says that Hellcat joke was funny. Yes, it was. Hellcats can't make it up the hill. And wowzers. All right, shout out to Macaroni Tony. Thank you for sharing my message for others to find edifying and fruitful and so forth and so on. All right, it really helps when people share this message. And when I hit you with them gut checks, it's unrivaled. The unrivaled gut checks of CGA. That's what ladies say too. The ladies say the same thing. Shout out to No Gup Central says, what's up, coach? Finally got the email to come do my interview for Border Patrol. It's a long process, but I think it's worth it. And fuck these Mitches. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Let's get the Mitch song in here. Yes. Yes. Yeah. All right, and shout out to you, man. Good luck with the Border Patrol. Be prepared to move all over the fucking country. All right, Trump is shoring up the border, and you might be somewhere in Lordsburg, New Mexico. You might be somewhere out there in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, or maybe you'll be in Detroit, outside of Michigan. Okay, you could be anywhere. You liable to be in Yuma, Arizona, where it's 140 degrees. But hey, man, good luck with that. Border Patrol. We're gonna need Border Patrol agents. So shout out to you. And shout out to Martin Muhammad says, salute to Mr. Juco 69. I hope I can experience the same thing. And yes, you did break it down last night, coach. Shout out to Kamala Harris's stepdaughter, Miss Lemonhead. When she pulled that hair back, now that was funny. Yep, pull that hair back. Man, I went in on that girl. But of course, you talk strange about black women. But yes, brother, shout out to Juco 69. He is now free. Shout out to Mr. Muhammad. I broke it down. TWP says, my mom's wanted me to be a son husband so bad because she got jealous of my cousin and his mother's relationship. I had to tell my mom, I love you, but we are not that. We're not going to have that type of relationship. But the son husband epidemic, I've actually talked about that for many years. And so have other content creators. But, people have associated me with creating that term, even though people that were end up with larger audiences use that term as well. But that term has been a part of the black manosphere and the manosphere. Doesn't belong to me. But these type ninjas, all right? These type ninjas. All right, and this is a real couple. I'm sorry. This is a real mother and son. So I don't want to completely disrespect them, but like this type of shit, man. This type of shit has weakened men. All right. And oh, yes, all races of men have these type of relationships, but it's completely prevalent in the gynocratic black community. All right. And what does it say here? How a mother protects her black teenage son from the world. Send it. Okay. Send that shit, bro. Like terrible, man. This is terrible. And this happened. This article came out after George Floyd. who also was seen and heard saying mama when he was dying. But then people tried to say he wasn't talking about his actual mother. It was the white woman that he was dating.
Where the white women at?
This narrative has led men to have the fucked up philosophy of life that you have. All right. And you don't know who you are. You don't know who you are. And then you want to bring your weak ass over here to argue with me. And I'm going to just say you're a mama's boy. Shout out to you, mama's boy. How a mother protects her black teenage son from the world. She can't. She cannot. And all she said in the article was, white people are going to think you can't do the same thing that white boys do at your age. That's how she protected them. She can't protect them past that. Right? I told him, when you go to that white school that I sent you to, you can't do what the other white 15-year-olds are doing. You're just going to be looked at differently. That's her protection.
Nope.
All right. That was her protection. Like, what the fuck? How about put a father around that boy? Where the daddy at? All right. We don't have that. You won't do that. How about to put a father or a man around that guy? You can't do that. You're sitting there with a codependent relationship. And look at this nigga. Look at this nigga. That's my mama. It's terrible, man. Absolutely a terrible thing that we push out into society. But I'm going to break it down even harder than that. Pause. All right, I'm going to break it down. Mr. V-Bad, a.k.a. Sky Daddy, Fo, Coach, and Coach Tribe. He says, keep the hits coming, and I will keep the clips coming. He says, you the best to ever do it. He says, all the glory to the Most High. Appreciate you, man. I appreciate those kind words. The best to ever do it? Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll try. Speaking of, we're going to actually give you some good egg Greg. All right. Who wants some good eggs? Okay. All right. And somebody said the angry man. Yeah. All right. Shout out to the angry man, the Black Manosphere originator. Talked about them son husbands back in the day. The angry man, Valdez. Go subscribe to his channel. All right. So here we go right here. Good egg Greg. We're going to give you something and some hard double doses of reality that most of the time I hear women and weak men talk about this perspective. Now, women and weak men are going to disagree with what they hear. Unfortunately, weak men and women don't understand that as a man with a swinging dick, all right, you cannot have the opposite of this philosophy. You're not going to win. You're going to fucking lose, and you're going to lose big. All right, you're not going to make it in life if you don't agree with these next two videos. If you disagree with these next two videos, all right, you're not going to win in life. You're going to be constantly losing, and it's going to be like your feet are going to be in quicksand. All right, but we'll play the video, and the first video is going to be by our brother, Brian Tracy. We got Brian Tracy here again. All right, so here we go right here. You need to be a workaholic to make it big. All right, who disagrees with that? Let's hear what he has to say.
Develop a workaholic mentality. What does this mean? It means that you start a little earlier, you work a little harder, and you stay a little later. In our society today, you hear all these people talking about take it easy, have balance in your life, relax, lean back, have fun at work, happy, get along with your coworkers. This is loser talk. Loser. Now, there's a time in your life when you can back off, all right? You can take it easy. But that's when you've made it, not before you've made it. Because before you've made it, you're in a competition with hundreds of thousands of millions of other people, like at the Olympics, who also want to make it. And in order for you to win, you are going to have to work harder and work better and work smarter than they do. Develop a workaholic mentality. What does this mean? It means that you start a little earlier, you work a little harder, and you stay a little later.
All right, so a lot of young people, 20s and 30s, are going to call this old boomer mentality, and that's loser talk. That's when I hear that, I say that's loser talk. All right, because you automatically have to understand in your 20s and 30s is how you build to your 40s and 50s. Most men with power and money and women are older people. The women with the money are older women. Any woman you hear talk about she got money, not me, coach, I got money, they're like 55 years old. All right, and they probably look good, and they be going to the gym, Equinox, and they fit. They're divorced once or twice, and they got money. All right, they work their ass off, and they make well over six figures. They ain't listening to me. And so a broke bum bitch is listening to me, arguing. And no woman in her 20s has money. So any woman jump up here and say they got money in their 20s is a goddamn lie. All right, so barely any women in their 30s got money. All right, so they're not the ones. The people who got money are the people now that have worked hard in their 20s and 30s to get it. But I hear a lot of people like work-life balance. All right, you can have that when you make it. When you make it, you can get work-life balance. All right, I remember reading an article, I think it was about Jeff Bezos, his morning routine. And it started like, you know, he went to the gym, and then he went and had breakfast that his maid made, and then he read a couple of books or read a couple of chapters in the book, then he caught up to the news, and then he went to the office. Now, everybody knows that when you're trying to build and get it, you don't have time to do all that. You ain't got time. You're like waking up in the morning like, oh, shit, you know what I mean? You like scrambling. You got to get to work and commute, and hopefully you're not late. And then the article said he got to the office at 11 a.m. Oh, yeah, Ninja, when you're Jeff Bezos, you could just ease into the day. But he made it. He didn't start off his life with that schedule. He ended off his life with that schedule. I mean, he's ending his career with that schedule. He can afford to do it. So when people say work-life balance, all right, that's something you achieve. That's something you don't start off with. Okay. Now, there's another caveat to that. It's going to go into it a little bit more. So when people start saying this, I'm like, you're already setting yourself up to lose. And you're literally retracting, and people are progressing. You're going backwards at a rapid rate, and people are going forward with that mindset. Okay, so they're going to call it boomer stuff, and they're going to like, the hustle culture is dead, and work-life balance, and we don't need to do it, and smell the roses. This is all loser talk. Anybody that I've ever heard say stop and smell the roses sometimes has been a loser. A loser. Like, it was a woman one time. I think she lived with her mom and had kids that were close to being teenagers. And she was talking to me, and I was listening to this bitch, and she was like, you know, don't work so hard all the time. Sometimes you got to stop and smell the roses. She's literally a loser. Live with her parents. She was like in her 30s with kids. I was like, I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to fucking listen to you. Hell no. Loser talk. It's mostly losers that say shit like that. All right, so men, we're trying to toughen you up just a little bit. This is Tim Grover. He is known as the basketball trainer for, the fitness trainer for Michael Jordan and possibly LeBron James. I can't remember if he coached up LeBron, but his big start was being Michael Jordan's coach. And yes, sometimes when you're great, you need coaches. That's going to be a whole nother conversation, gentlemen. You will find that the people that have coaches and mentors and fitness trainers, they're wealthy. The people that have made it. Yes. The people that you don't need to, that you think don't need to listen to someone else. Oh, he's Michael Jordan. Why would he have to listen to someone else? The people at the top are the ones that can afford coaching, and inevitably they're more likely to spend money on their body, spend money hiring people to do tasks, spend money getting people to keep them in a certain mentality. Oh, it was MJ and Kobe. It was MJ and Kobe. Shout out to you. And Dwayne Wade. All right, so Tim Grover says the most driven individuals live a life without balance. Uh-oh. We about to piss some people off here. You about to piss some people off. The losers are going to be out here going crazy. And I'm going to tell you what the opposite messaging you hear is about this. All right, so let's go.
Driven individuals, they live a life for many years without balance. You can't be the best at something and try to balance everything else around your life. There's going to be times where things are going to be out of balance. It just is. The most driven individuals, they live a life for many years without balance.
All right, so most of their life, there's no balance there. All right, until they can get to a life with balance, until you can get to a life where you can afford a maid. All right, why you need a maid, coach? You can clean up by yourself. Bruh, I don't need to focus on that. All right, let her fucking do that. The maids were here last night. All right, yesterday. Doing maid shit. Doing shit that I'm not going to stop and do. All right, because I don't have time for that. I work very hard so I can afford that. And be like, well, I'll do it by myself. Loser talk. Yeah, I mean, how much money do you make an hour? All right, and you're going to spend hours fucking scrubbing toilets? All right, when you can make $1,000 an hour? Okay, $600 an hour? 500, 200, 100, and you're going to stop the scrub toilets? See, this is where people don't understand winning and losing. What they'll say is when they see a man successful, they'll try to find the fault. Well, his kids are fucked up, or he got a divorce, or, you know, he got this problem. All right, his family don't like him. Bro, who cares about all that? Who cares about all that, bro? All right, I'm trying to be the best at what I'm doing. Now, at some particular point, I can come back, circle back, and most of the time when you do, the motherfucker's still going to be there. Your family's going to still be there. Your wife or ex-wife, they still going to be there. And if they ain't there, kick rocks. All right? All of these people that are saying that they need to stop and smell the roses, they'll do it for days and days and days, weeks, months and years, and won't even go anywhere. And they will simply tell you to settle for that life. This is when people say, but coach, you're black. All right, that's the same thing. That's the same mindset. Okay, what am I, at the lowest common denominator of black or the highest? They're saying you're at the lowest. That's when they say, but you're black. They're trying to drag you back down here. All right, and I'm like, no, I'm not. That's the way I defeat that. But no, I'm not like that then. If that's where you're trying to bring me back to, I'm not like that. That's don't define me as that. Where you say have the same thing here. You have the same thing here. The most driven people live their life, especially in their 20s and 30s, without balance. They focus on one thing. And this is where you got to get locked in as a guy. Focus on that one thing that could get you there. Forget the rest. Okay? Forget the rest. Forget the women. Forget all of that shit. This is a free agent lifestyle mindset. Forget that. Guys, I did it, and I did it without it. I did it focusing on women, and I did it not focusing on women. Let me tell you, doing it without the women is way easier. And then when you get there, they're going to be women. When you get there, there's going to be women. They're going to show up. All right. Instead of begging them, I'm going to beg and I'm going to show them. I'm going to go on seeking arrangements and go target rich, older white women. Nah, bruh. Trust me. And I'm going to prove it here. I'm going to prove it here on Good Egg Greg. Okay. I'm going to prove it here on Good Egg Greg. This is a clip right here. Because people will tell you, oh, these guys are telling you get the money and then the women will show up. Okay. And then I'm going to ask that guy, have you ever got money? Okay. And anybody that says men are lying when another guy says when you get money, women will show up, I often have to qualify them. You've never gotten money to even prove the fact if women will show up or not. But we'll take one case scenario. That doesn't mean you got to take them. But the point is, when you get money, they're going to show up. But when you focus on women, you'll lose more women trying to do that. Okay, you'll never lose them when you're trying to focus on the number one. Look at this clip here. Just get money and they will chase you. What do men think they're designed to do on this one? Men think, and listen to me if you've never heard me talk about this, men think that men are supposed to chase women. But it's actually the opposite. Okay? It's the opposite. So men are always saying numbers game, pursue, drag game, all of these little tactics that loser nerd men come up with. And we'll just show you an example right here. This is a man too. But men are not supposed to chase women. They're not. You've learned all wrong. You've learned from pimps and you learn from niggas cold approach. You've learned wrong. It is the women that do almost everything to chase men. They get dressed up. They wear makeup. They push their titties up. Everything they do is to put themselves in a position to attract the men they want. They manifest. They use crystals. They do everything to chase the man. And more than likely, the men that have to chase women, they're mostly at the bottom of the rung. When you go to a higher level, you will see that the women are preying on the men. The women are positioning themselves and circling the wagon. They're chasing the men. And then you go over there and say, well, so look at all these gold diggers. That's my point is, it is the women that chase the men. They're the ones supposed to pursue. Now, initially, you might be the one who initiates and asserts yourself and schedules date. That's not chasing, but you're basically getting her up there. You're leading her there. Once you've done that, she's supposed to chase you. She's supposed to chase you. Now, watch this. Watch this. This is a clip right here. Just get your money and they will chase you. This is apparently Kendra G and some man. He says he's wealthy. I don't know. I hadn't seen the show. But let's play the clip. And of course, it has music in it. So bear with it.
The comment says that you're worth $350 million.
Not exactly that one, but yeah.
All right. So I don't know this clip, but apparently right there on the show, it says the guy appeared on the show and said he's worth around, he didn't say, but people looked him up and said he's worth about $350 million. And he was being modest. Yeah, okay. Now check this out. Uh-oh. These are all the girls you fucking are running cold approach, macking, running game, contacting, DM, and these are all the girls. Take a look. We're here. Hey, saw you on the Kendra G show. Good morning. How are you? Here it is right here. Hey, I saw you on Kendra. My name is, let's go down. Here we go right there. Look at all your girls. And yes, there's some motherfucking black queens on there. Do you mind an African? Hello, I saw you on Kendra G. Good morning, Tony. Are you still single? All right, like here it is. Hi, daddy. Have you been taken by another? You deserve good things. My love. Hey, how are you? These are your sisters too. Look at all these black queens in there. I absolutely love for you to come to Atlanta. Hey, hi. Those Tanzania pictures are beautiful. See, this is what the men don't want to tell you. The sneaky fuckers, the guys that are losers. They want you to believe you're supposed to be chasing after them. It's the opposite. It's not a numbers game. The numbers game is the money. All right, the women gonna show up. You're gonna have way more women showing up and then trying to display titties and ass than you can ever seen in your life. And they gonna be thirsty and starving. You can handpick them. All right, we got a gay nigga in there, a very handsome guy. All right, we got saw you on Kendra G. Can you be my friend? Look, they showing up. We miss 100. Look, I can't even keep up. Hi, I'm Shantae. I saw you on Kendra G. Hey, handsome, where are you from?
Yeah, that brother's starving.
You don't need no mouthpiece after this. You just need to know how to talk to him and get him there. You missed an audio call. Hi, love. Hello. Here we go right here. Hi, daddy. Hey, handsome. Saw you on Kendra G. All right. Look at all these people in there starving. He can't even keep up. Look, he's scrolling. Scrolling. You are so handsome. All of a sudden, you're handsome. Hey, Tony. Hi, Tony. Look at all your sisters in there getting a zaddy. Damn, he's still scrolling. Hey, big head. Hey, big head. These are all the girls you in here. They can't even return a text message. Hi, Tony. Hey, handsome. I hope I'm your type. And he answered some of these. There's still more. Woo! I know your DMs are on fire. Never change who you are. Good afternoon. I hope you're good. I saw you on Kendra G. You did an awesome job right there. Did you enjoy Dubai? All of a sudden, they laughing at your corny jokes. All right, look, he's still scrolling. Brothers. All right, brothers. He can't even pick. He's going to be like, oh, this is information overload. But going back to the theme of this Good Egg Greg segment here is what you've been taught is often been taught to you by losers. Not winners in life. They may be a winner at whatever the hell they're trying to preach to you, and even then, they're not a winner. All right, they're a sneaky fucker. They're a swiper. Most of them are not winning in the way you might think they're winning. They're winning with some 50-year-old women. They're not showing their receipts, their lifestyle. They're chasing. They're spending their time, and they will say it's free. Well, all this guy did was spend his time working, and these bitches is in here starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, so the people be like, nah, man, people are lying. Just because you get money doesn't mean women gonna show up. Trust me, guys. Trust me, man. That's not true. No man with money has ever said that. Only men without money have said that. Or not even money, success, status. No man with success, status, and money has said, you know what? I got all the way up to the fucking top and no women were there. They're going to be there just you going to Gulfstream and Mastros. They're going to be right there. And then they're going to be looking at you. Hi, handsome. Shit is wild, bruh. But guys, you're not supposed to chase women. Anybody that tells you to do that, they want you to be a loser. They want you to be black. That's what they're saying. They want you to drag you back down here and do things that they are not even going to do full time. It's just a period of your life. That's good egg. Anyway, we got Rachel Rizz coming up. And rate the Rizz of these sisters. There's your sisters. Look at all these beautiful black women in here. Look at all these beautiful black women in here that y'all be like, man, we need to get these sisters in line. See, y'all thought Kevin Samuels was going to be y'all savior. You weak ass men. You thought Kevin Samuels was going to get black women back in order. And the reason why is because you're purple pill. You're living the hope strategy. You're not literally trying not to change anything about yourself. You want someone else to change the things about the women that you're pursuing. So you're waiting for that moment so you can go in there and be a sneaky fucker, a weasel, and manipulate the system by being a loser instead of you becoming a winner. Okay? You're not going to be saved. Kendra G ain't going to save you. CGA ain't going to save these black women or women in general, white women. All right? I talk about all the women. Nobody's saving you. Nobody going to save you and get these women in line to be more submissive and be more attentive to you and be less masculine. Nobody going to save you. At this particular point, you need to just save yourself, right? It's the free agent lifestyle. I have no loyalty to any group, any racial group or anything like that. You didn't read my book, obviously, because I stated that in my book. I have no allegiances or loyalty to any racial group, any group of men versus women. I have no loyalties. That's me being a free agent. Chapter 3 of my book. Okay, chapter 3 in my book. And that's how you win, right? And when you do that, niggas is going to still be like, oh, he ain't black. He OJ. Yep, that's what I am. That's true. Right? Because there's no loyalty over there. There's no allies. They're just trying to bring you down to the lowest common denominator. So I can't do that. I can't do that. They basically equate you with the lowest common denominator. Well, you still black. That's basically saying you're a loser. You just like that nigga over there. All right. No, I'm not. Well, he black and you black. No, we're not the same. All right. I'm not like him. I'm not him, bruh. All right, but that's what they're saying when they say that. They're just trying to bring you down to the lowest common denominator of that particular ethnicity. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. Black is not a real ethnicity. It is a description of a group of people that white people more than likely gave you to make sure you classified for less rights legally. All right, that's all it is. It's not a real ethnicity. So when people say you're black, what is it? All right. And I want to say this for the men that don't understand it. What does that mean? Does that mean my skin color? Obviously not. I'm clearly dark brown. I'm nowhere near black. My shirt is black, but my skin is clearly brown. So that's not a good descriptor. But what is it then? Is it a culture? Well, what part of the culture is it? And who declares it part of the culture? Okay. Is it hip hop? Is it jazz? What is it? Is it Rastafarian? Is it Caribbean? What is it? Well, it's clearly not a culture, and certainly it's not an ethnicity because there's blacks that have different religious backgrounds, so that would disqualify them from all being in one particular group. It is a descriptor, and sadly enough, you guys use them interchangeably at will. Okay, I'm giving you a lesson. So what you'll do is when you're not satisfied with someone, you'll call them black. Okay, when you want to attach to them, you'll call them black. When they're not doing what you want to do, you'll remind them that they're black. Then what'll happen is if they're not doing it completely, you'll take it away from them. You'll just say you're not black. Now, if the person who is supposedly black says, I reject it, I don't want to be black, guess what? You say, no, you can't give it away. You are black. So how in the hell can it be an accurate description if I can't give it away? Because anytime I try to give it away, you give it back to me. Here's my black card, y'all. Okay. Here's my black card right here. All right. I don't want it here. I don't want it anymore. Then you say, no, you have to take it. You have to take it. Why? Because you're black and I say so. That's what black is. But at the same time, I'm holding the black card like this. I'm black. I'm black. And then you come and say, no, you're not. And you take it away from me. How can both be true? And how can that be an accurate description of what you are? You can take it from me, but I can't give it away. How the fuck is that it? Like, bro, that's why it doesn't exist. It's non-existent. I can't give it away, but you can take it away at will based on how you feel about whatever I'm doing. But whatever I'm doing in life, I can't give it away. That's why it doesn't exist. It's non-existent. It is used to classify a certain group of people as losers. It is used to classify other certain people as the losers. All right, you literally are putting yourself as the loser in the race. And you remind the other person you're just as much of the loser as me. That's how they use it. It's literally a sword. All right. So that's why I don't accept it. I don't accept it as a label. Certainly, I'm not going to lead with that label because it's not an accurate description of what's going on. He says, I can't agree. Well, I don't give a fuck what you can agree with. All right. And it wasn't designed for you to agree. All right. It's just designed for you to be a loser. All right. That's what it's designed for you. It's to remind you that you're a loser in a certain class. And it's often the losers that will remind the winners that they're black. It's never the winners reminding the losers that they're black. All right. So anyway, like you never see successful black people coming down to the community and saying, hey guys, you're black. I just wanted to remind you. Right? Is that true? Is that true? Like, do you see successful black men going up to other loser black men and be like, hey, I just wanted to remind you that you were black? It never happens. The opposite happens. The loser blacks will go to the successful blacks and say, I just want to remind you that you're black. It's literally like the loser. You're just reminding the other person that you see climbing out of the bucket that they're black, and then you grab them back. All right? That's why I don't use it as a description for me, because the losers use it for a description to remind you that you're a loser. All right? That's all it is. Anyway. Anyway, we got some super chats. All right. Hey, I'm just trying to wake you men up. And what I'm speaking are words of power. I'm trying to empower you. I'm not trying to speak down to you. I'm trying to empower you. You got to break from this. You got to break from these chains because people have taught you this for decades. And I'm teaching you the opposite. And the reason why it doesn't resonate is because it's so extreme from the opposite. Not many people can stand on this. Okay, not many people can stand on this, but I'm trying to teach this power to you, but you guys won't accept the power, but you've accepted loser lifestyle for 20 and 30 years and wonder why you're losing. It's because you accept loser shit. You accept loser labels. You literally wake up every day and you take the most loser label and apply it to yourself. And it's not designed to tell you who you are on the inside. It's designed to tell you who you are on the outside. And then that way you can actually project loser. All right. It's crazy, but people will reject this message, but I don't give a fuck. You can drown as all as I care. I mean, it don't matter to me. We need losers. We need people to drop fries and flip burgers. We need people to mop floors and do shit like this. Okay, but we need losers. So if you want to keep being a loser, what you're not gonna do is drag me into your loser mindset, your weak mindset. I'm going to be trying to win out here. All right. Anyway, even Harriet Tubman had her detractors. All right. Malcolm X had his detractors in the hood. Everybody that speaks to try to wake people up, they almost always have people that supposedly are their people working against them. Shout out to Ken Rose with the thumbs up. Shot X came in here hardcore. All right. I hope it looks like you didn't say anything. We got our brother, Mr. October, says, been listening to you since 2022. You made me boss up. I'm in school for machine learning. I have 5 more courses to go, and I can make $400K. And you had to move away from DC to change my mindset. My family say, when you coming to visit, he says, you're going to hit them with this right here.
Silence, you fool.
All right, when your family says when you coming to visit, hit them with that. Baby, I'll be there when I be there. And that's a co-sponsorship. Level up. Let's go.
I'm rich, bitch.
Level up. You got to leave your family, guys. Some of the men that have made the biggest impact in the world, positively or negatively, they often left their family. They had to leave their family. They had to fly the coop. They had to go seek independence. Think of all the people who blazed trails, even down to the conquerors, the conquistadors, the colonials. They often had to leave where they were from. And sometimes when they left, they came back stronger and powerful, and they were able to dominate their home. All right, but y'all coming back to y'all mama, Big Mama house. Big Mama's still running shit. Nah, man, when I come back to my people, okay, I'm going to come back and say, I'm going to claim the throne. I see what y'all have done, and y'all ain't done shit All right, so I'm the king when I come back. But you have to leave, make something of yourself, and come back. It's hard to make something of yourself where you're at, all right, because there's already a hierarchy of losers, right? There's always a hierarchy of losers where you are, all right, and they will hold on to that hierarchy because that's the only power they have. So you have to leave that and then come back. Hey, you got to sail. You got to sail the 7 seas. You got to blaze a trail. You got to go on uncharted territory. You got to chart your own path. Right? You can't just take the same path of the losers that are where you at. Can't do it. Okay. It's hard out here, coach. It's scary. Yeah, that's because you had a mama that raised you. And she said the same thing. She sat there in Tupelo, Mississippi for 40 years, working the same job for 25 years because she was scared. You got to send your kids out. Parents that hold on to their kids and sit there and live in their house up under them and don't let them go out there and get their head knocked in by this world, they're setting their kids up to be losers. You're setting them up for failure. It's going to take them 25 years, 30 years, 40 years to be a success if they ever be one. Until then, they're going to be wiping their mama's ass. See, you want a caretaker. You want a caretaker to hire to wipe your mama's ass. You don't want to wipe your mama's ass. But you're going to have to. Somebody's going to have to wipe your mama's ass. Yes. She's going to be shitting on herself and pissing. And you're going to be living there, changing her diaper and shit. Do you want to do that? Is that what you want to do? Because that's what you're going to do, you mama's boys. You son husbands, you're going to be wiping your mama's ass after she takes a shit. Now, how humiliating is your mom going to be? How fucking disgusted are you going to be? But you're going to do it because you're a mama's boy. Hey. Crazy. You got to shed that weak spirit. J-Day says, women want to be worshiped. He says, this includes the mothers. He says, women cannot see this is an evil spirit of vengeance and rebellion that has taken over their psyche. They want to be God, not nurturers. He says they have a Cleopatra complex. Men are considered a stepping stool to be thrown, right? Stepping stool to be thrown. Like for J-Day, what he's describing is not a lot of guys want to be the king of their family, the king of their house. Like that's considered Neanderthal and misogynist. But I'm the king, all right? I show up at my mama's house, I'm the king. I show up at a young JUCO's house, I'm the king. All right, I only mess with people who king me and crown me. Right? Anybody else that try to bring me down here and you with us, nah. Okay, that goes for your grandmothers and so forth and so on. And this idea that the moms and women typically want to be worshipped, they do. For doing very little. Okay, in comparative to the mindset, what they believe that they do. So, yeah, you can be spoiled and you can be treated like a princess. And you can also maybe become a queen, but you can never become the king. You can never be the big dog. I'm always be the big dog. And you shouldn't negotiate this. A lot of guys are negotiating this. A lot of guys want women to see you as that. And let me just be frank. Women typically see only a few men in their lives as that. They don't see all men as this. The ones that don't see you as this, you don't associate with them. You disassociate with them. It's a hard thing to do. It takes you a long time. Sometimes you're in a marriage. I was in a marriage and I was a king and then I wasn't the king. Okay, she wanted to make someone else the king, or she wanted to threaten the king's crown. And I had to disassociate. Some men can't walk away with this. You cannot negotiate this. You cannot negotiate this, but you can damn sure assert it. You can damn sure speak it to power, and then you can demonstrate it and make sure that the people that are with you in the season that are with you treat you as such. Once they stop, you disassociate. All right, it's pretty simple. But there's no negotiating women and black women and women, groups of women, white women, to make sure they see you as a king. Okay, but they will destroy your kingdom at will. All right, so be careful. Why I call myself, you see these words of affirmation that I do every day. I'm the king of kings. All right, I'm a king. You got to treat me as such. If you don't, I just simply won't treat you at all. All right, I won't treat you at all. I won't even talk to you. I'm like, okay, well, that's your world. And he says, J-Day, don't let vengeance for your enemies and your peers fuel you forever. This will lead to defeat. Your true enemy is your past self. The real competition is your future self and your control over your present actions. J-Day the prophet, bringing the day of judgment to you Mitches. Let's go, man. Let's go. Judge. All right. Judge not, least you be judged, right? But yes. All right, your true enemy is your past self. Your true enemy is right in front of you. J-Day cooking. Your true enemy is literally like you refuse. You have to, you guys accept failure and loss, right? Defeat. And it's mostly within you. All right, there's a God in you, all right? And you're waiting for the God outside of you to somehow come out and save you. Let me tell you something, man. I'm going to tell you something. And this is now nothing against religion, but I want that like button struck. And this is the most important part of the show. You know how many people have lived and died waiting for their Messiah to come back, and he never did? I want you to think about that. I want you to think about this. And this is no judgment against people who are religious. But when I say there's a God in you and I call myself See God Allah, that was a title a viewer blessed on me. I'm really the God of me. The God outside of me could do whatever he wants or she wants, but I have no control over that. I'm omnipresent. I'm omnipresent. I'm omnipotent because I'm always present in myself. But you know how many people have lived and died waiting for their Messiah to come back and they never did? Think about how sad that is. Irv Gotti died yesterday, hoping Jesus and God came back, and he didn't. He lived his life without that happening. He lived that life without that fucking never happening, and he talked about it and thought about it and prayed about it and hoped that it will happen and hope it would change people and hope it will make for a better place, and it never fucking happened. Think about a miserable fucking life you live waiting for some Messiah to come back, and they never did. When all along, you were the fucking Messiah. All along, you had the God within you. It was you. And you saw your sun set. You died like everybody else. Nobody's getting away from that. Everybody gonna live, everybody gonna die. So that's the end of the story. In between there, think about how much time and energy you waste on shit that you ain't never gonna see happen. Okay, you're never going to see black women submit to black men. You're never going to see a Messiah return other than the one you see right here in front of you. You're never going to see the shit. You're never going to see racism cured. You're never going to see the black man run America. You're never going to see none of this shit. But you sit around thinking about it all day like it's going to happen. It's never going to happen. You're not getting a reparation check. None of these things are going to happen, but you sit around waiting for it. Racism that will never be cured, certainly not in America. What can I focus on that I can do that actually is going to make a difference? Right? What can I do to empower myself to actually get something out of this life and not sit back in Cleveland at every fucking day looking at losers, rehash the same loser stories every day? Let me empower myself. But you won't do it. You ain't going to do it. This is hard, man. The things I'm telling you, you've been taught for 2-3 decades how to think like a loser, and look at you now. Never once putting yourself forward and first, putting the women in your life above you. Where did that get you? Putting your mother ahead of you. Where did that get you? You're going to have to wipe your mom's ass. How is she ahead of you? She should be always in the subservient position to the son. Always. And that's how it's always been. Was Jesus' mother above him? No. Was Jesus' mother above him? Well, kind of today. But in the story, Jesus is way above his mama. Right? Although she is a saint. But Jesus is king. All right, come on. Come on, Jesus is king. Mary's a saint. He's above her. and always will be. You're supposed to be above your mom. You're supposed to let your mom know, I will be leading you for the last 35, 40 years of your fucking life. You're not above me. You ain't big mama. You little mama. I'm the king. But you got to live it, though. You can't just say it. You got to live it. You got to live it. All right. Where we go right here? Yeah. What are we doing? Let's rate some Rizz. Oh, we got one more clip right here. We got one more clip. Good egg, good egg. All right, here we go right here. And, of course, there's music behind it. Listen to this. Hopefully this feeds your soul real quick.
Destructive self-criticism. In other words, never say anything destructively critical about yourself. Just don't say it. Here's the basic rule. Since your subconscious accepts whatever you say as true, as being a command, what you do is you don't say anything about yourself that you do not sincerely desire to be true. Don't say, I'm fat, I'm tired. Don't say, I can't, or I have to. Don't say anything unless you want it to be true. Remember the...
This is the same thing as saying I'm black, all right? This is the same thing as saying I'm black, all right? You're literally speaking negative into your life, unfortunately, and it was designed that way. But let's continue. No negative self-talk, all right? I will not allow you to negative self-talk me either, but this is yourself he's talking about.
Remember, the words that come after the word I are the words that your subconscious records as commands.
Ooh, the words that comes after the word I is what your subconscious commands. So if you say, I'm black, and everybody knows, everybody clearly knows that's negative, you literally commanded yourself for a negative turnout. You literally programming yourself every day with that thought. First thing you wake up with. All right? All right, listen to it again.
Accepts whatever you say as true, as being a command. What you do is you don't say anything about yourself that you do not sincerely desire to be true. Don't say, I'm fat, I'm tired. Don't say, I can't, or I have to. Don't say anything unless you want it to be true. Remember, the words that come after the word I are the words that your subconscious records as commands, except for when you say, I wish or I'll try. So eliminate destructive self-criticism. Only speak in positive terms about yourself. I like myself. I like myself. I can do it. I will do it. I choose to do it. But not I can't or so on. Number 2 is refuse.
Before we get to number two, gentlemen, did you guys know when I was sleeping in the back of my Ford Explorer without home, I still thought I was going to be rich? Believe it or not. I said, this is temporary. This is not my forever spot. I'm going to ride this wave and I'm going to be rich one day. So when people say, oh, I'm rich. Oh, it didn't happen. I'm still poor. That's because you don't believe it. You don't believe you're going to be rich. You've accepted being poor your entire life. You literally organize your life around being poor. You haven't organized your life around being rich. And rich just don't happen. You have to organize your life as such so that it can happen. But if you just think that it's going to just speak it to power and it's going to happen overnight, it ain't going to happen. So that's the truth. I didn't accept my reality at the time. I said, this is my reality, but it ain't going to affect me in 10 years. I'm going to be rich. All right. I just have to ditch the losers in my life so I can become rich. Let's hear number 2. Refuse to be what?
To be manipulated by guilt. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Because,
brothers, this is going to be an important lesson. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Oh, shit. Listen. Ooh-wee. What's the thing that's guilt? Well, you black. Your mama's black. These are your black women. And they'll really, and you need to help. And you need to help the community. You need to do this and that. That's guilt. That's manipulation. You should be doing this. You should be doing that. You shouldn't talk about this. You shouldn't talk about that. You should be helping men. You shouldn't be making money. You should be helping men. You shouldn't be making money. All right. The red pill not supposed to be making money. You're just supposed to be wasting time trying to help men for a moral cause. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. What do losers do? That's all they have is guilt. That's all they have. They will never dissect my message down with an accurate opposing message, they'll just manipulate me by guilt. Well, you still black. And they'll make me feel guilty about it. Well, I am black. I'm going to show you how black I am. I refuse to be manipulated by that, so I'll just dismiss it. I'm not black. You see how I deal with that? Now, obviously, when people see me, they're going to see that I'm a black man. That's because that's what they've been taught. They haven't been able to see me as more than that. That's their own problem. It ain't mine. But that's a guilt that they're putting on you, and it's also speaking loser into you. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Coach, you still black. No, the fuck I'm not. I'm not a loser. Now, you might see me as that, but you see me winning. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Okay? Listen to it. I'm trying to teach y'all to break the chains in your brain because this ain't about men and women. This is the chains on your brain. Listen.
Is refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Because every time you allow somebody to manipulate you by guilt, you know what happens? You reinforce and make stronger the effect or the influence of guilt in your life.
Oh, way, God damn. Every time you are manipulated by guilt, you reinforce
and make stronger the effect or the influence of guilt in your life.
Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. This is one of the only tools that your detractors have. Okay? You shouldn't be doing this. You should be doing that. You should be doing, and they ain't doing a goddamn thing with their lives. Nothing. And they're watching you do it. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt, man. Those are some great lessons. But I'm speaking power into you men. If you deflect this particular teaching, it's going to be at your own demise. Okay? It's going to be at your own demise. Shout out to our brother PIW says, Coach, has there been crime in your neighborhood? Nope. Not once. Actually, no, they did arrest a guy in my neighborhood. It was a guy, I thought he was targeting me. I was like, I thought my ex-wife sent the hitman because it was during my legal case. But the only thing that happened in my neighborhood was there was a Mexican guy. Apparently, he looked out of place, and he was. What happened was he followed me from my neighborhood to outside my neighborhood. He followed me, and I picked up on it. I U-turned, and he sped up on me, and he U-turned. And then I was actually going to see, and I parked, and then he was waiting for me to get out because I was waiting for him to get out because I was like, that was weird. All right, and I didn't get out the car. I left, but I had my gun on me. So I left and then went another way, lost him. So when I came back to my neighborhood, that car was sitting there again. That car was sitting there. And I was like, damn, is that the same car? I was like, I can't believe that. So I went back home. I got my guns. You know, I got ready for war. I was like, somebody coming after me. Okay. And then about a few hours later, I went outside and I saw police, not sirens. I saw the police lights down the street. It's like, what the fuck's going on? So I get on my bike. I go down there. Police are surrounding his car. And they're like, you know, get out of the car. And I go talk to the neighbors. Like, what's going on? There was like, it's a guy in the car. He looked so out of place and his behavior was so erratic for my community that they called the police on him. All right. And they got him out of the car and he had a gun. All right. And so they had to do the whole walk and all that shit. He had a gun to his head and all that. That was the only crime that has ever happened in my neighborhood. And I've been living here for almost 3 years. All right. And so, all right, that was it. All right. And so I was like I was like, damn, but his behavior was so erratic and he was just sitting in his car, getting in and out of his car, whatever he was doing. It was so erratic that the police was called on him. All right. And I don't know what happened to him after that. But I was like, that might have been a hitman on me. I have no idea. All right. But I was hella paranoid. I was hella paranoid because this nigga was up in the neighborhood. I was ready to call, but, you know, calling the police on him, he must have had so many police calls that they came in and got his ass. All right. So anyway, yeah, up the security, 100%. That was the only piece of crime that happened in my neighborhood. No, other than that, I have no break-ins, no none of that shit. But I live in a gated community too, so niggas can't come up and get me. Anyway, Anyway. Yeah, somebody must have sent his ass. All right, but he had that negative spirit about him, so much so that it wasn't his race that got him hemmed up. It was his behavior. He was being erratic. And I caught it. I picked up on it right away. I was like, this dude, who the fuck is this following me? And then I parked back in and parked, and I was going to this restaurant that's in my community. And he parked so erratically and pulled up on me so erratically. I was like, let me see who that is, waiting for them to get out of the car and go to the restaurant, and they never did. They just sat in the car. And I sat there for a good 3 minutes, like, is he going to get out of the car? And he did it, and then I just left. But by the time I went back, I went to another restaurant. By the time I came back, that car was parked in my community. I was like, is that the same nigga? All right, that was crazy. I was like, I think that's the same guy. His aura was so off that people picked on it quick. It wasn't because he was a Mexican. People were like, oh, because he was a Mexican. No, we got Mexicans that live in our neighborhood. He was just completely being erratic. And people picked up on it. And they called the police, and they were right. All right, so anyway, enough about that. Great question. Shout out to Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder says, salute. Appreciate you, man. Joshua Moon says marriage and cohabitation will make you unsuccessful, or it will delay your success. That's for sure. All right. They will delay your success. And shout out to our brother, the illest. Is it Cape? The illest says backed up tuition. Thanks from South Carolina for the perspective. Shout out to you. Thank you to those brothers. All right. Thank you to those brothers. Yeah. Shout out to our brother, the Suave Genius says the word black has always been weaponized as an adjective in America, giving losers and Mitches more reasons to stay at the bottom. Yeah. Wow. God dang. The way y'all say shit, a lot of y'all say shit so good, but it says giving losers and Mitches moral reasons to stay at the bottom. All right. We're moral people and we're more righteous and we were kings and all of that shit that it doesn't mean anything. That's all that shit. And we were the first Mexicans and the first Indians, and we were the first Moors, and we ruled Europe for 800 years, and we did this, and we built a pyramid. And then, but we don't prioritize. You did all of that great shit. All right, but now, you don't prioritize money. Money don't run me. We don't need money to get to the top. This is all moral bullshit. By the way, taught to you by your slave masters. All right. By the way, the slave masters literally gave you the Bible and refused to let you know how to read it. And the reason they refused to let you know how to read it is because you would have spoke truth to power. You would have became powerful. But what they told you was, hey, stay in your position. Subjugate yourself. Slavery is good. Honor thy father, the master. All right? They literally gave y'all that. Now, you don't realize when they're telling you this shit years later, they're telling you the same thing. You're black. You're down at the bottom. Be moral. Be righteous. Turn the other cheek. Martin Luther King used and weaponized the Bible, not even reading the shit, having orgies. All right. But he's telling you the same thing. Turn the other cheek. Don't fight for yourself. Right. I'm a man. It's literally the same programming. It's just a different year. It's the same programming. It's just a different year. Ain't nothing changed but the date. But I'm trying to speak power into you. They even had preachers that they hand selected. Your masses, your plantation owners, they hand selected the people that were going to give you messages. And them niggas couldn't read the Bible. When Frederick Douglass was taught to read the Bible, he literally freed himself. And who taught Frederick Douglass to read the Bible? His white mistress, which was the plantation wife, taught Frederick Douglass to read the Bible. Once he read the Bible, it was so powerful to him, he freed himself, and his masters tried to take it from him. But the people who are your preachers and your churches for hundreds of years, all the way up into the 1980s, had the position of appointed by the white man to give you less hope. Less hope. To keep you in your position, to keep you down there at the corner 52nd and 52nd Great Hope Baptist Church. Them niggas couldn't read neither. A lot of them are pastors from the 50s and 60s couldn't read. Hey, it is what it is, bro. And they was teaching you X, Y, and Z. Be subjugated. Stay down here. The Messiah's going to come save us one day. Bullshit. morality. We're a moral people, and the white people are evil, and they the devil. All right, this is all bullshit. This is all bullshit. This is all to keep you down here with your moral bullshit and your moral decay to make you think you're a better human being. At the end of the day, you're going to be dead like everybody else. At the end of the day, you're going to die. Some people going to die doing shit, and some people going to die and they ain't did shit. What are you going to do? Okay. He says, look, we got a guy out here. The same thing happens with whites. Hey, I don't give a fuck about what happens to white people. You think I care about what happens to them? I care about what happens to me. I care about what happens to me. I'm talking about white people. I'm talking about me. You think if I talk about black people, I'm speaking for white people? No, I'm talking about black people, and I'm speaking about me, motherfucker. I'm not talking about white people. You guys are so fucking chained in your fucking slave mind. You think if I'm talking about black people, I have to somehow balance it versus white people? No, I don't. When I speak about black people, I'm speaking about blacks versus me. And I speak about whites versus me. I'm not speaking opposite of the other one. When I speak about men, I'm not speaking opposite to women. You guys are so fucking ignorant. Anyway, you guys have no hope. You know, some of y'all gonna drown. Some of you guys are fucking losers, and that's it. You're gonna fucking drown. Anyway. Okay? You're just gonna be a loser all your life. All you can think is black or white. As soon as you leave the country, none of that black-white shit exists. It don't exist like you think it exists. They got bigger fish to fry. All right, goodness gracious. I'm not talking about white people. And if I talk about black, I'm talking about me. Me, myself. Speak about yourself. You guys worried about shit that you can't control, and look at your fucking life. You're a loser. Because that's only... Okay? You're going to be stuck in that mentality the rest of your life, losing the entire time. But you want to come check me. When you leave America, that shit don't exist like that no more. That's how fucked up y'all are in the head. All right, but anyway, and you guys know when I speak this power, they don't like this, man. They don't like it. New world order. They don't want you to feel powerful as a man. This world wants men and yourself to speak of you like you're a loser. All right, and they'll literally sit there and say what men contribute to society. There's not that big of a deal. Unbelievable. All right, but we're going to have to let these Mitches drown. Anyway, let's do this right here. Rachel Rizz, and then the main event. Let me see what we got, Rizz. Oh, we got good segments here coming up. We got great segments. But the last two segments have been fire, you have to admit. And I'm only going to feel this way about teaching this way for maybe another 5 years. And then I'm going to be really saying fuck everybody. Just so you guys know. All right. And it really ain't going to mean nothing to try to help you, anybody at this fucking point. All right. But anyway, so enjoy the message while you can. Rachel Rizz. All right. Enjoy me while you got me. All right. Because at some particular point, I'm going to just really just be like, I'm going for my own shit at this point. Fuck everybody else. All right. Whether I get it or not is another story, but I'm going to try. Rachel Rizz. We got this guy right here. This is a guy named Silky. All right. Silky, and Silky says right here. Silky says this. Silky dropping game right here. My man says anti-black racism. All right. Fucking loser. You're a loser. All right. Nobody cares about black people, guys. Just to let you know. Nobody cares about you. You know what they care about black people is that you don't fucking rob them and kill them. And that's worldwide. That you're lazy. That you guys are sneaky fuckers. Nobody thinking about y'all niggas. All right. Y'all think people thinking about you, and that's your own ego. Nobody cares about you. You're non-competitive in most markets around the world. Nobody gives a fuck about you guys like that. Anti-black racism. They know they could just say 2 words to y'all niggas and you will fold up like a cheap suit. Let's get back to the show. Nobody cares about black people like you think. right? You're not that important. Right? You're not that important for people to worry about you every day. They just hope you don't kill and rob them. So stop with that thinking that you getting up every day, that white people thinking about you around the world. They're not. They just hoping you stay the fuck away from them. And that's everybody. They hoping everybody stays the fuck away from them. They don't care. I want you to understand that. They don't fucking care. All right, you guys got an ego proposition like they're somehow getting up every day trying to keep you down. You keep yourself down. All right, so shut the fuck up with that. All right, anyway. And what are you going to do? Nothing. You guys are proving for over the last 150 years, y'all going to do nothing but talk shit and swallow spit. Nobody cares about what the fuck y'all do every day other than kill them. Right? All right, anyway. Let's get to this Rachel Rizz. I can't stand these niggas with this bullshit. Anti-black racism been programmed around the world. Oh, okay, they succeeded. And they don't have to do much at this particular point. Let's get to the show. This part of the show, I should say. Rachel Rizz. Silky.
Person that has been in my life that I've seen accomplish that.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, and it's rare.
It is rare. No, yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah.
And that's why I said that you're a needle in a haystack. You're a tough find.
Thank you.
Because not many people can have your humor, your social skills, your ability to be introverted and extroverted at the same time. You know, your ability to be able to converse and be able to disassociate. You know, it's like it's so
the humanity.
And it makes me almost tear up because of how you are. You're an epiphany. You're an anomaly. That's what you are.
Sorry.
You're an amazing person.
Sorry.
Are you about to fucking cry?
No.
All right, there you go right there. All right, so we got a beautiful, what is that? It's definitely a racially ambiguous Blasian woman. I can't tell what that is. A Latina?
Oh, the humanity.
All right, I don't know what we got going on here, but Silky with the, yeah. All right, she eating it up there. Great as Rizz, Silky right here. The young brothers with the Rizzilla. We're going to call him Rizzilla right here. Eating them up. He's saying shit that don't even make sense. He's double talking her, but she eating it up. And she eating it up. Sometimes, you know, women are weak for words, man. I'm going to tell you. They are weak for words. And she know he full of shit. All right, but it is what it is right there. But she felt it. You know, some women need to feel it, man. They need to feel it.
Person that has been in my life that I've seen accomplish that.
Oh, yeah. She don't know what he talking about here.
You know, and it's rare.
It is rare. No, yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah.
And that's why I said that you're a needle in a haystack. You're a tough find.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one right there. That's a good line. They'll eat that up.
Because not many people can have your humor.
Yeah, I don't know. She's not buying it now. She know, yeah, there it is right there. I think she's lost this.
Oh, the humanity.
That look right there lets you know. You know she not funny. Lean Latina. Definitely a racially ambiguous thing there. All right.
Your social skills, your ability to be introverted and extroverted at the same time.
Yeah. That's definitely, he running a good mouthpiece right there. Your ability to be introverted and extroverted at the same time. Yeah. All right, rate is Rizz. That's it. Yeah, she lost the plot for a minute, but he reeled her back in. He He got her. All right, let me see here. I think
Gotcha, bitch.
he gonna hit them sweet, sugary walls.
You know, your ability to be able to converse and be able to disassociate.
Oh my goodness, converse and disassociate.
Oh, the humanity.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to him, man. He does have an eloquent way of speaking. I wouldn't do this. The only way I would do something like this is if I was whispering in her ear. You know what I mean? You got to whisper this shit in her ear. You know what I mean? And let her panties get wet. All right. Yeah, baby, your ability to associate. You know, you messing with a real one here. You don't need them other niggas. You need me. All right. You can do this in her ear and shit like this. Like Steve the Dean says, put a little something in her ear. All right. This is, yeah, I don't think she's looking.
Oh, the humanity.
to disassociate and converse and conversate at the same time. That's a good one. He's doing good, man. He's doing good.
You know, it's like, it's so intriguing.
Intriguing.
It makes me almost tear up.
Oh, no, man. Okay, you going too far now. Tear up. He's working on it, and she's feeling him. She getting a little wet downstairs. All right, what do you think of his Rizz? Rate his Rizz here. All right, that was fun. He's being funny. I don't know the guy. His name is Silky. All right, we know where he's coming from here. All right, anyway, the women do eat up the words. We got Rachel Rizz Torta edition. Here we go right here on the screen. You see the Rizz? Look at them yams. Oh, my goodness. That is, okay, so what do I tell you about Rizzillas? They always hit at low value targets. All right, that's what they do. They end up starting high, and then by the end of their Rizz, they end up hitting low. All right, they'll just settle for low level tactics. All right, we proved it with this guy right here. They'll say they got the mouthpiece. They'll say they get it for free, but they out here like this. 49-year-old, definitely, they're out here like this. All right, and so let's rate your Rizz. This is another example of it being proven here. The Rizz is only going to work on low-level bitches. All right, so here we go.
Hey, excuse me. Excuse me. Are you naturally a ginger?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, I am.
What's your name?
Ariana.
Ariana? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
John.
Nice
You're really, I just wanted to shoot my shot.
Oh, thank you.
To be honest, I really did. Are you just heading to class right now?
Yeah, I just have a little time.
Before I head out, I was wondering if I could get your number. Is that cool?
Oh, the humanity.
Look at that. Look at that. Brothers. And, hey, she might be a good smash. I'm going to tell you that. But, yeah, what is this right here? What is this right here?
Y'all ready for this?
Look at these. I can't tell if these are her legs or leggings. All right, but look at this. Curdled up. Look at this shit. Thighs just rubbing. Hey, these Rizz guys, this is what they do, bro. All right, this is what it's a numbers game. All right, but easy layup. Easy layup. This should be an easy one.
Sure.
All right, cool.
This will be an
so
easy.
You don't have a boyfriend, right?
No.
All right, cool.
Easy, slow Tuesday. She got a boyfriend, too.
What's your major?
Biology.
Biology. Are you Latino or nah?
No.
Oh, you just
Latino?
I'm Middle Eastern.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh.
Salam alaikum?
No.
Oh, my God. Assalamu alaikum. Jesus.
You don't even know that?
The other one, yeah.
Is that, what's it called? The
I'm Iranian, yeah.
Iranian? Okay, Persian, okay,
yeah.
cool. All right, cool.
Yeah, no problem. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, take care.
Thank you, too.
Oh, my goodness. Look at.
Oh, the humanity.
Look at this shit. Rate his Rizz, man. I mean, this was a shitty Rizz, and he got a layup. This could be this. Bye. I can come out here and do this in my sleep. All right, this is easy. All right, look at them. Their thighs just scraping, chafing together. All right, no, we ain't adding you, nigga, on here. All right, you goofy ass guy.
Hey, excuse me.
All right, but
excuse me. Are you naturally a ginger? Okay, I was just curious.
Yeah, I am.
What's your name?
Ariana.
Ariana, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
John.
Nice
You're really, I just wanted to shoot my shot.
Oh, thank you.
To be honest, I really did. Are you just heading to class right now?
Yeah, I just have a little time.
just a little time. She'll drop that neck too.
Before I head out, I was wondering if I could get your number.
Look at.
Oh, the humanity.
Look. Man, hey, listen. These Rizz guys will swear up and down they getting baddies. All right, I'll be out here getting baddies, coach. All right. Yeah, this is called low-hanging fruit. Come on, man. And if you would have got rejected, it would have been mode 3 and the mode 4. All right. But not to say nobody have ever smashed these girls. These are slow Tuesday projects. But what we're saying is this idea that these guys are out here winning, getting it for free, you will find that they out here busting out knock knees and slump buster booger wolves and cockeyes. All right, 100%. Ain't nothing wrong with busting them down, but what I'm saying is do not come out here bragging, busting these girls down. All right, I know it seems cool and all. I got 5 holes in my rotation. Let me see all 5 of their pictures. I bet you they don't even make 5. They're 2 5s. 5 2s. All right. All right, they ain't 2 5s, they 5 2s. All right, so anyway, let's go to the next one. And this is JoJo Inspire with Spark versus Stability. How long are we into this show? All right, Spark versus Stability. This is a conversation that I've been trying to awaken men to listen to how women interpret the message that we're telling men. All right. So men will say things like crude things. We're rude, we're crude, and we're very simple. Sometimes what we say don't even express out with each word being multiple syllables. Okay. We speak, do the work. All right. Ooga booga. Do the work. As men, we got to do the work. That's always the message with men. Barely 2 syllables in each ones. All right. It's orangutan, fake alpha, All right. That's how we speak. We're crude. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. 2 syllables, tops in each word. Right. We're not eloquent. We're not poetic. And sometimes it's crude. And so when women listen to us and Mitches listen to us, it sounds crude. Like, oh, it sounds, low life. But it's true. Alpha fucks, beta bucks. Here's another one. Women like the bad boys. Again, 1 syllable, 2 syllables tops. It's never very eloquent. Women chase the bad boys and wait at the finish line for the good ones. Right? All right. Very, very simple. But it's simple to understand. Now, same thing as this is prostitution. All right. That actually is a word that has more than 2 syllables. Prostitution. And what I've been trying to tell you guys is, well, women don't see it as that. Women don't see them chasing the bad boys and ending up with the nice guys. Women don't see it as them selling pussy, right? They don't see it as prostitution. They don't see these acts the same. So they will change the words and have it more eloquent. So this is a spark versus stability. You see stability, multiple syllables, right? Spark versus stability. So this is essentially alpha fucks, beta bucks. This is essentially why they chase Pookie and end up with the That's You guy.
And that's you.
This is why they say nice guys finish last. This is why you see the dating strategy of women dating the bad guys first when they're young, giving up their best years, and then going to stable men in the future. So they don't see it like we see it. They're just going to find a way to finesse it for them to make sense. So spark versus stability. This came from JoJo Inspire, and this is from this meme, and she's going to show the meme here. But I'm going to show the meme first because I even talked about this meme just as a way to get you to understand how women look at their dating lifestyle. Here's the meme. Okay, hold on for a second. Let me see if I can get it. Okay. All right, this is the meme right here. Okay, you can see it up here on her board. When I met my husband, sparks were not initially there. Butterflies were few and far between. Okay, I remember showing this. Then it says, but what was there was zero confusion where he stood, clear interest in pursuit of me, and character something here. What does it say? Character that shined. Okay, so that's essentially this. Let's go ahead and show you the clip. This is what they're saying here.
And here's a secret that many guys don't know, especially in today's day and age, is that women love nice guys. We may not understand how much we love and appreciate them until we're a little older, and we've gotten that sort of asshole phase out of our systems. I'd say by our late 20s, early 30s is the point in our lives when we're just exhausted by the jerks and we have no time in our lives anymore for them. So we really start looking for men who we know will be great long-term partners, aka nice guys, right? And that's you. And
all right, so that's the.
And that's you.
All right, that's you.
And that's you.
That's where we got that from.
And that's you.
Yeah, that's the lady right there.
Great long-term partners, aka nice guys, right? And that's you. And
all right, so that's you right there.
And that's you.
All right, so so you see it. So that's what JoJo was reading from that meme. And most guys, if they listen to this particular thing, sparks wasn't there. You know, I didn't feel butterflies. I thought he was lame and goofy, but at the end of the day, he hung in there. He chased me. He did this, blah, 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 right? You know, he pursued me and he waited it out and we went on 5 dates and we didn't fuck and he was fine with it and he was a good guy. All right, she ended up marrying him.
And that's you.
You see what I mean? Now, that's how we interpret that. We interpret that particular meme as that's disgusting, right? Why? Because we want burning desire. We want women to actually like us, not for us to grow on them like a fucking lesion and shit, like a herpes. All right, but for some women, they're like, oh, he grew up on me. He grew on me while I was out here chasing Tyrone and Chad and the bad boy with the spark. After I chase 20, 30 of them and I hit my 30s, then I want the That's You guy.
And that's you.
All right, that's what men don't want. Men want burning desire. They want women to have a spark. And then for guys that don't get that, they go monk mode. They're like, nah, I don't want it then. I don't want the leftover. I don't want to be the good guy.
And that's you.
I don't want to grow on you. I want to have burning desire, genuine burning desire. So men saying, I'm out of the dating marketplace. Now let's go back to JoJo. She's going to break down this conversation about spark versus stability. This is basically...
And that's you.
This is basically alpha fucks, beta bucks. This is essentially what we're talking about when we say things like, you know, she doesn't really love you. She likes you and... Okay, so here we go. Spark versus stability. Let me know where you stand. The great JoJo Inspire is going to inspire us.
Okay, guys, I'm back with another video. I wanted to just have this debate. Is it better to have spark or stability? It's based off of this video that this girl posted. And I got so mad looking at the comments. People were just so delusional because they was attacking her, but let's go. So here was the video, okay, that got all the controversy and everybody was attacking her. When I met my husband, sparks were not initially there. Butterflies were few and far between. Okay. Then she says... But what was there was zero confusion on where he stood, clear interest in pursuit of me, character that shined. They dragged her for this. And let me explain to y'all why y'all delusional and y'all foolish. But let me explain why this is true. I'm going to tell you right now, don't do this no more. Much better. This is over with. You have all the spark in the world. Great, he's awesome, he's so fun, he's so cool. Yet you confused. Yet you don't know where you stand. Yet you in a situationship going on 3 years. And let me explain to you why this is a bad idea. Okay.
All right. So let's stop JoJo because it's a 4-minute video. So this is a situation. I think JoJo is great. She's on TikTok. Look her up, JoJo_Inspire. All right. She normally on point. And I would say she's still on point with this, but she's still a woman. And normally she can speak outside of just being a woman, but she still believes that men win in the end. Nice guys. Stick it out. All right, let Chad and Tyrone throttle them guts, but you go with the goofy. Okay, so let's get in right here. So we got SRT Ninja. Let's go break it down here.
A personal date story. I was in the supercharged car going 120
there you
miles
go.
per hour. Yes, I was. I did all that. And in all type of situational ship madness. Worst 8-9 months of my life. But was it exciting? Sure. Was it so fun? It was great. It was so fun. He was sitting here driving the whole time. He was driving. Y'all rather be going 120 miles with him than going 60 miles per hour with somebody chill. I'll go 60 miles per hour with him. Let's go 60 miles per hour in the Honda Civic. That's fine.
Now, here's the problem with this. JoJo is right, but still, what happens is for men, that's a loser position. She settled for you. She took you and said, okay, I already been through the 120 with several guys. And I gave him my best. I gave him my best years. I gave him my fertility. I gave him my hedonism. I gave him the best sex. Now, when she going with 60-mile-an-hour guy, he's getting none of that. No, she ain't getting the dick sucked. Right? He ain't getting the dick sucked. He ain't getting the balls licked. She ain't licking and tossing his salad. They not having adventurous sex. They're not having sex in dressing rooms, on top of rooftops of bars. They're not doing any of that. So this then position puts you in a subservient equal partnership position, which most men do accept. They accept this. My man said this is insulting. Yeah, for men, this is insulting. But for women, they're like, what's wrong with this? This is fine. Unfortunately, some women play this way too long. They play this up until their 30s and 40s. And they're like, all right, I'll just settle down. You're 40 and I'm 40. We'll make a great power couple. And still have SRT niggas in the background while you're dating her. So, right? All right.
Because guess what? Slow and steady. We want to be cool. We want to be calm, collected. We do it like that. What y'all don't understand is hedonism and emotionalism, okay? That's all it is. We're in this emotionalist, idealist type of mindset when it comes to relationships. You're looking at too much media, and this has been normalized.
Yeah.
Okay? You're watching a movie, and the main character going through all this craziness.
True.
And you think that's what love actually is.
True. So women will go, they think this type of behavior is normal. They'll normalize this until they can't put up with it anymore. So what happens to the good guy?
So when you guys presented with a romance, we call it slow burn, meaning that it's not all this. Got it. It wasn't all this, but slowly, steadily, you get to know him, his character shining. You slowly becoming more attracted to him because of who he's shown himself to be. That's why she said sparks were not initially there. In Butterfly, she's not doing so. Oh yes, girl, my heart was racing in the car. I get it. Okay, no. So she's saying over time, his character is what made her develop a real love for her. Real love is not just about emotions, okay? It's steady. It's something enduring. You got.
All right, so she's teaching you what I teach you. By the time the girl says, you say, Coach, my girl likes me. JoJo's saying real relationships aren't about liking love. It's about kind of stability and the other things, security, protection, guidance, mentorship. Like, this is why women have this daddy fetish, all right, out here. They don't have a father. They don't have somebody to look up to, so they'll seek out and date older men, right? So what'll happen is now the women learn all of a sudden, oh, you know what? I gave my love away like crazy, frivolously, but now this guy has to pay the price. So we're going to slow burn. I'm going to guide him along. I'm not going to have sex with him on the first date. I'm going to get him on the 5th date, and I'm going to get as much money and dates and attention that I can get out of him. Money, energy, attention, and time. This slow burn is not free. This is a very expensive lesson for this guy. And if he doesn't keep up with this money, energy, attention, and time, she's going to dip. Or she could just go back to the streets.
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
She's not saying she lost her attraction to the SRT guy. She's saying she just shifted her dynamic. She shifted her goal. All right, that SRT guy. But when she gets with the regular guy at 60 miles an hour, she's still attracted to the SRT ninja. And
I'm going to the streets. End of story.
She's still going to want to fuck the SRT guy. 'Cause that's who she's attracted to. She's attracted to daddy. She's attracted daddy, sugar daddy. She's attracted to that guy. She's attracted to SRT niggas. She's attracted to them. She's not attracted to you. So there's a risk in being this guy because you know inevitably she's still attracted to the other guy. She didn't lose attraction. She just said this didn't get me what I wanted. Getting with the slow burn guy gets me where I want. All right, so let's let her continue because it's 4 minutes, so I have to cut in.
You guys you ready for the fast ride? You get off the roller coaster, girl. Something else I want to say about this. Got it. The circus is fun. The circus is entertaining. You go to the circus, you have a good time. Great. Guess what? These clowns in the circus, is he a good dad? Is he a good father? Is he a good husband? Or is he just fun? Is it just entertaining? You just feel something. You feel so good. Oh my goodness, yes. Is that going to make a good husband? Is that going to make somebody who's stable, who's going to be there for your kids? Or is it just about you having a great time?
So when I said women don't like you, they like what you do for them. They like how you make them feel. So your ego says she likes me because she opens her legs, but she likes what you provide. She likes what you represent. She likes what you do for her. She likes how you make her feel. The minute any of those things change for you, sir, she's going to be out there fucking SRT guy just like that. And by the way, if you get married to her, she'll more likely be out there fucking somebody else. All right, we just give you the stats on affairs and women. All right, they're going to go out there and go back to the bar. Look at that movie. This is 40. I mean, and I've experienced this myself and many other men experience this. They're going to start coming home at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, sleeping over at their friend's house after a girl's night's out. Why? Because they're not attracted to you. They are attracted to what you do for her. They really want to fuck. Guys, this applies to men as well. The same thing applies to men as well. So we do the exact same thing. We got a wifey girl, and then we got girls 304s that we want to fuck. All right. So women are no different. But unfortunately, men think they're different when they're this guy. I'm doing it right, and my girl likes me. All right, just wait. You ain't got no SRT. You ain't 120 miles down the freeway. Good luck. Now she going for the good credit guy because she need rent paid. right? She's evicted, or SRT got her evicted from her apartment.
Your rent's due, motherfucker.
Now she's going to want a guy with good credit.
I'm in a bind, Nate. Get you a nice, nerdy dude with good credit that know who he is, what he wants. He's intentional about you. He's messaging you. You're letting the relationship burn and simmer and become based off of who he's shown himself to be through his character. Not you know what I'm saying? No, because he's cool, he's collected, he's showing himself stable, good husband material, good father material. There's nothing wrong with marrying based off of that. She shouldn't have got dragged for that. This is real. You sitting here messing around with him for 3 years.
Let me stop again. Remember when I told you, just because she lives with you, that doesn't mean she likes you or loves you. There's nothing wrong with marrying for this. Now, again, this is women speaking. There's nothing wrong with marrying a guy for stability and resources. Now, I don't have a problem with that either. I just want to let y'all know that that's what they're doing. I've been saying that that's what they've been doing, and it's obvious. So when men be like, well, you got to get with girls that like you. No, that doesn't exist. Unless you're just a dangerous guy and she has that spark for you and you fuck her on the first day and she sucked your dick while you driving down the freeway. Like, that's the spark. But if you ask your girl right now, the one that likes you, you think you can suck my dick while I'm driving down the freeway? And she look at your ass like, really? She don't like you. You shouldn't even have to ask. She should just reach up over across it and start doing it. That's a woman that likes you. That's a woman that likes you. Because believe me not, when she was down 120 miles down the freeway in the SRT, she was over there jagging him off while he was doing it. But you, on the other hand, Mr. Good Guy, you got to ask for it. And she still, because when I'm in the Porsche, all right, they be over there doing that shit. I be down the highway, like that ninja in that movie. I be down the highway. They be reaching over, dropping that neck while I'm driving.
It's barbecue in there.
Right, that's what you get when you got a Porsche 911 and the SRT. You driving a fucking Kia, you ain't getting your duck sick down the freeway. All right. Anyway, yeah. You ain't getting your duck sick, Mr. Slow Burn, and you gonna want to get your duck sick down the freeway, and she gonna tell you she ducked somebody sick while she was driving on the freeway. You gonna sit here and hear her. You gonna sit here, yeah. You gonna be down in your Tesla waiting for her to duck you sick. All right, and she in a Tesla. You in a Tesla. She ain't ducking you sick in a Tesla. No. Nah. And you on your way to brunch, and you be like, you think you can duck my sick in the Tesla? She like, nope. Oh, honey, I just put on lip glop, and I just did my hair and curled my hair. I can't do it right now. Oh. Maybe after a few mimosas at brunch, you'll duck my sick back home. Nope. Oh, shit. All right, let me continue here. JoJo spitting, by the way.
Marrying based off of that. She shouldn't have got dragged for that. This is real. You sitting here messing around with him for 3 years. You on the news because his BM threw acid in your face. He on the phone with you. Yeah, she told me she was going to do it. And I was in the room. She going to come in the room with the bottle of acid. Like, I'm going to get the acid in her face.
What?
And I said, man, don't throw the acid in her face.
JoJo, what you talking about? You lost the plot. Let's get back on.
Man, don't throw the acid.
What you talking about?
Man, I'm gonna throw it. I'm like, all right. So next thing you know, I turn on the news, and then she just threw the acid. I'm like, man.
Okay, what are you tripping on?
I told her not to, man. I'm as mad as you are. There, I know you ain't got
JoJo. Okay, all right. We get it. JoJo, you got distracted. All right, big fan, by the way. You got distracted. You were preaching until then. All right, but stability versus being a spark. Okay. All right, Tesla, brother said the Tesla guy is getting it. I wouldn't know, all right? I don't have a Tesla. She's saying they self-drive and you can get your duck sick in the Tesla. All right, shout out to y'all. Shout out to MC8 with the duck sick, too. Pause. All right.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey,
oh,
yo.
That's what I was going to do. What was I doing here? She had flashbacks. She had flashbacks. See, she can't let Pookie will be eternal in her brain. She was going there having flashbacks. All right, which guy would you want to be? Which guy would you rather be? Rather be. Okay, here we go right here. The spark guy or the stable guy? All right, here we go. Which guy would you rather be? You guys can vote. Let me do the super chats. I'll do the main event, and then I might even have some extra show left. And I might have some overtime. Yes, the evil world we live in is overtime, but we're going to break down this mama boy, daddy boy shit. This mama boy shit. We're going to break this shit down. All right, like it need to be broken down. You want to be the spark guy. Ladies, who want to be, listen to the guys here. But what do they want? They want genuine burning desire from you schizoids. They want you women to love them for them. They need a girl who's theirs, all theirs. Someone in their life. I said I was making that happen when I was 19. Hey guys, listen. Whatever happened when you were 19, it doesn't count. We got to stop counting that shit as men. All right, we're talking about grown-ass men shit. We're not talking about when we were teenagers. Like, you know, I could be with well, let me just say this. I could be with women that are 19 and 20 now. All right, but we got to stop reliving what happened when we were 19 and 20 and 21. Really, you know, especially as grown-ass men. Now, if, you know, you're 22 and you can say that was 19, we got to stop really reliving that shit. Like the women, like I'm almost, like for me, that was like 30 years ago. So if I'm still talking about bitches I fucked at 19, like I really haven't done much after that. And I'm going to tell you, anybody I fucked at 19, she surely hopes I forgot about it. She hopes I forgot about it. I don't even know who this woman is, right? I wouldn't even see her. If we were in a crowded area, I wouldn't recognize a girl that I had sex with at 19. So we kind of stopped trying to relive our Al Bundy years. Right here, talking about what I did like the broads I used to bang at 19, I wouldn't bang today. I would not bang them today. So it's, you know, it's one of those things that I see people do and say that, you know, because we all had goofy shit. You know, some girl in a park bench, a swing set. We all had that same shit too. We talking about when you grown, all right, and the woman's damn near grown. Where the woman can decipher and look at the difference between a good guy and a bad guy and go, all right, not some dumb 17-year-old chick you took to the swing set. All right, anyway. All right, we all had hottie thotties when we would say that we were surrounded by hottie thotties. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But we talking about grown man shit. All right, anyway. Anyway, not to try to steal your thunder, but we talked about that last week of guys that are adult teenagers. So talking about some shit that they did in 1995. That don't even count no more. It don't even count. Even if you was getting no pussy in 95, that don't count. You got to put those trophies away. You got to put those trophies away. Y'all still got trophies from y'all 5th grade basketball team that didn't win a fucking game, but they gave y'all all participation trophies. You still got that shit on your mantle. All right, you got to start taking them trophies down. All right, put your trophy up. All right, put them down. Take them down. All right, them shits don't count no more. You know, if you didn't do it in the last 2 years, it don't count. All right, but we'll keep the body count up. We'll keep the body count number up. Just joshing around. Brayon says, greeting, coach. I say honestly, paying high child support will kill my lust for women. And now I'll only look at women from an economic perspective. I wish somebody would have taught me to have dick discipline when I was younger. We were just talking about that. All right, this is a brother that's suffering from the consequences of not having dick discipline and essentially killing off his wealth in the future. He's killing off his future wealth paying child support. All right, that will make you look at women completely different. And my brother H Everyday says, y'all are getting a college course for free and on video to replay. Shout out to you. They don't realize it, man. You guys take me for granted. This is a college course in psychology. In King Psychology, bruh. This is a college course in King Psychology. And if you do not agree with this shit, bruh, you don't deserve it. And you certainly don't deserve me. I just gave y'all some fucking blue chips of life. This, guys, you can't even go to college and get this shit. They would invite me to a college campus and they would have a protest outside because I'm speaking truth to power and I'm speaking you guys how to think and navigate this life. He says y'all getting a college course for free and on video to replay. Shout out to our brother here. It is Nathaniel. He says, hey, coach, shout out to you and the coach gang. 2 things. 1, this is a PSA to hit that damn like button. And 2, please clip that loser mentality rant. But you black should not be an excuse to lose out here. Yep. And yeah, man, I know people are going to not agree with that, but I tell you how people treat you. 80% of people are lazy. 85% of people are deaf, dumb, and blind. The Pareto principle. 80% of people make 20% of the money versus 20% of the people make 80% of the money. Pareto principle. Women date the top 20% of men and trickle down to the losers for stability. What does that tell you? Do you fucking want to win or lose out here? I mean, up and across the board, you guys are just basically bringing in loser talk to my stream when you don't like what I'm doing and teaching. But another thing is there's a method to my madness. Like when you hear me say one thing, you're like, oh, but why you ain't doing this? Why you ain't doing that? There's a method to my madness. Believe me, I've thought this shit well out. I gave away my black card a long time ago. Well, before I did YouTube videos, I was like, I'm not associating with that shit. And many other black men are doing so as well. They got a brother named Brooklyn St. Michael's. He does the same thing. Okay, they've given that shit away. All right, because it really has no benefits. Okay, it doesn't have as many benefits as you think. All right, it has no privileges at all, and people hold on to it. Mostly losers. All right, mostly losers hold on to that shit. No, you don't see winners holding on to that shit. And if they do, they trying to manipulate the losers. All right, they're trying to get control of the losers. But you don't want a card that don't have privileges. You know what cards you want to do? Let me show y'all something. You want cards that have privileges. Look, boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
Boss up. Yeah, that's CGA's profile right there. Let me take it down for you niggas start screenshotting and then try to use my cards. It is what it is. But yes, that's an Amex Platinum. That's Amex Business Platinum. That's Delta Sky Miles Platinum. That is an Amex Gold card. I'm just waiting for the Centurion card. All right, the black card, that's the only black card I want. The other black cards, I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about black people and black race and that shit. That shit does you no good. Those are the fucking cards you need. And until you got them cards, you're going to be a loser. If you ain't working towards getting them cards by me telling you how to get to it, money mindset, you're going to be a loser. You're going to lose out here, bruh. So let you know, bruh, you're going to lose for a long time. It's going to pile up losses. So I gave away my black card in pursuit of getting the cards that have privileges. Okay? But it is what it is. But you don't want to hear me, though. You don't want to hear me. Only hold on to cards that actually have privileges and gives you benefits, not give you loser shit. Let's go. Boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
Boss up. But the Patreon members got that, and they get that every single week. They get that shit every single week. Nobody cares about race. Race ain't going to help you guys. Well, you black too. That's not going to help me, and it's not going to help you. It just hurts us. We need the privileges. We need the shit that gives us access. We need to get behind the closed doors. Those things open up doors that you never get opened. And you think it's because of your race. It's just that you don't have the right card. I have the right card, so I get to see places you don't get to see. And when I see there, I see other people there that look like me, and we big up each other. You got behind the door. All right, you got through here. All right, everybody ever been through the airport and you can go to the Amex? They have Centurion Club. The Capital One Venture has a club at the Dallas airport, and you get behind there, okay? And you ain't never seen it. You're a person that's been through the airport, and you basically see the airport like a Greyhound station. You see the airport like a Greyhound station. You just see fucking seats and people trudging along. Well, there is doors at the airport. that you only can get to when you have admission, when you have privileges and benefits. And when you go back there to the Delta Sky Mile Club and you be back there like, God damn. And then you think, how many years has this been there? Has this been here the whole time? And it has. But you fucking stuck over here. We're trying to prove me to be black and you to be a loser. You too busy doing that and you missing out on life. You're missing out getting the privileges. You're missing out and they're available to you. You just got to change your mindset. It's available to you. Yep, running game at the airports. This is what dudes like. I'll be running game at the airport. Women know you're a loser. They know when you ain't behind the door. They know when you ain't coach seat. Do you guys realize this, how women investigate men? Women investigate men on these principles. They know when you're a loser. They see you sitting there. They know there's people, the winners are behind the fucking door. They know you're in coach. They know you're not in business or first class. So they're like, they know when you live in the same apartment building that you're on the same level as them. So they're like, there's no benefit. All right. So there is these mindsets that you guys have to see. When you get on the flight, they have a JetX suite where you get a JetX and you go on the tarmac and you fly JetX. There's only like 15 to 30 seats, 15 to 20 seats. You're on JetX, women are going to talk to you. They're going to talk to you. They're not going to give you the same treatment that you're getting in coach. All right. You get on the fucking JetX and they're going to be like, hi, where you're going and what are you doing? And all of a sudden they're interested. Like we proved earlier with these guys that say money won't bring them to the table. Yes, it will. All right. Soon as you on JetX, this is you. Here's my DM. Here's my Instagram. All right. Just like that. All of a sudden, they don't see you as a nigga. All of a sudden, they don't see you as one. All right. It's just incredible how that happens. Anyway, Briefholt's law cannot be. Yeah. Somebody said Briefholt's law. So this is why we tell men, do not chase women. I'm telling you, you'll waste years chasing women. Years. And most of them will be low-class women. Low-class, absolutely bottom of the barrel women. Nothing to brag about at all. But we got a lot of brothers over here on, Ko-Fi. Castigator says, I like it. He says, I love it. He says, when you cite the FBI crime statistics on homicide and Mitch Ninjas get salty, keep doing what you doing. They got salty as hell on that one. Co-sponsorship. All right. They got salty as hell. Hey, it is what it is. Shout out to Sparkwater. Says, shout out to you and the coach gang. Continue speaking them gems to the youth and the undecided, misguided Mitches. 2025. It's level up time. Let's go. 2025. Boss up, nigga. Shout out to you, Sparkwater. And GN, I've noticed that it's only Bamas and low class, poor American blacks that identify strongly with blackness. And that's because of location, too. And he says, as an assimilated American black, I've always associated my identity with my achievements, mindset, and skill, not my traits. These pothead mama's boys don't deserve you. I agree. But most of these guys that think like this, they're almost centrally located in the South. Which is, yeah. Black Boss says the graveyards are fertilized with the unaccomplished goals of dead men. Let's go, man. The graveyards are fertilized with the unaccomplished goals of dead men. Guys, we're all dying, man. But what you going to do? All right. Dennis S. As a pro-black, I agree with your black description as a term blacks that describe blacks. He says, F them bliggity, 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 black, black, black. Ninjas, Italians, and Irish were once seen as black as well. Yes, they were. They were once seen as that as well. All right. Hard reality to deal with. And Catholics, too. In GN, this is one of my main reasons I despise religion is because it teaches people to put their sense of urgency and purpose on the side on something outside of themselves. That can never be proven to exist to anyone, and they know that they're just too cowardice to unchain themselves and truly live their own lives. 100%. Put your faith in something that you can't see. Mr. Handsome, pause. What's up, coach? Appreciate the daily content as always. Thank you for going in on goofy ass sensitive surface level thinking Negroes. He says they always want to use the black card when it's convenient. Yep. When it's convenient. They'll just whip it out. Pause. Yes. And when they don't have anything to say, they'll just use that one. All right, Mark Muhammad, coach, one of my biggest life lessons is that people you love will purposely try to sell you to, I think, sell you out on some fear they have. Yes. So they'll try to sell you on the fear that they have. I've had to learn to accept that some of these people that they say love you are the most full of shit. Yes, Mark Muhammad, that's my philosophy on, remember, there's a method to my madness. The people close to you are the most dangerous. They're also the people that you're probably going to be associating with. So, 5 friends are losers, you're number 6. But proximity, likeness, and relation are the people that are going to be the worst for you. They say they love you, and they'll keep you in on love, but they'll sabotage you. They'll kill you, they'll hurt you, they'll rob you, they'll steal from you, they'll touch your kids, they'll do everything. The people close to you, not the people outside. They have enough power and control without even thinking of you. 100%. Soldier for God says most people try to date and marry out of fear of dying alone. Fear. But most men don't realize that the people that come to your deathbed are only there to financially benefit from your death. SYSBM and stay free agent lifestyle for life. Yes, indeed, man, for life. The manipulation is strong. Again, fear. Fear. Oh, what's going to happen when you die? You're going to die alone? Baby, I have no idea. I don't know how I'm going to die. Like, why be married to someone for 60 years only to get in a car accident and die? Like, I was dying alone at the end of the day to deal with some old nagging bitch for 60 years. Like, I was going to die in the bedroom with her, right? With the beep, beep. But I died in some car accident and shit. Some bitch hit me and sideswiped me and now I'm dead. Still died alone. Right here. Or you die in a foxhole in war. Bruh, I'm not going to marry somebody just going to fear I'm going to be by myself when I'm dead. Hey, and here's the deal. Born alone, die alone. And guys, when you die, that shit pretty relatively quick. Right? Most of the time, that shit, you don't even know you dead. You was alive and then all of a sudden it was like this. You was alive and then you don't even know it. So what was the whole thing about Simpson dying alone and shit? Most of the people don't be in the hospital bed and be like, beep, beep, and listening to people say good things about you and shit. Most of the time you unconscious. Then you slip into a coma. All right? Most of the time it died quick. You was here, you bust a nut, and then now you dead. All right? And somebody pushing on your chest, and you don't even know nothing. All right? So what is this dying alone shit? That's just fear. All right? Yeah. You wake up dead. You was up like this. And then the fuck happened? All right, I was just there. All right. All right, you're gonna die alone. All right, come on, bro. Let me see one more, and then I'm gonna get back. Justin O says these people complain about racism are just the biggest pile of trash ever. There are 8 billion people on Earth. Nobody cares about you jellyback Pillsbury feelings towards being oppressed. He says it's right here. Oh, in order to be conquered, the conqueror must have power over you. Take your power back. Take your power back. Right? You got to take your power back. Some people say this. This is a funny thing. They'll say, Coach, you want to be white. I'm like, why would I want to be white? Like, I'm better than them too. Like, that's what y'all don't get. I'm better than most of them. Like, damn near all of them in almost every fucking category. Like, right off the fucking rip. Like, I don't want to be white. Like, you think white is the apex of fucking life. It's not. There's not that many white people on Earth. All right? I'm literally better than almost all white people. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why would I want to be them? I'm better than them. I'm certainly better than your black ass, but I'm certainly better than almost all the white people. The fuck? Why do y'all think equate like white is the peak? I'm above them too. I don't go outside thinking that, oh, I'm with them. I'm above them too. My neighbors be looking at me like, who this nigga? My neighbors be like, seeing young bitches getting out of Ubers, pulling up in motherfucking sports cars and supercars, $100,000 cars. They looking at me like, They looking at me like I'm a top nigga. What? I want to be white. I'm better than them. They ain't the apex, a CGA. I'm on top of them too. I just don't have to say it. With white people, you don't have to say it. You just have to prove it. All right? They look at me like, hi, Mr. Negro. It seems like you're doing good. Hi, Mr. Negro. I seen you were in Brazil on your Instagram. All right? White people don't do shit that I do. You motherfuckers, man. Right? They come over here. Hi, Mr. Negro. What is it that you do to be able to afford this lifestyle like this and live in my neighborhood and shit and behind the gate and drive expensive cars and have young bitches coming out of your house all night? They can't even do what I'm doing. They stuck in Normieville. Fuck, I want to be them for. All right, anyway. All right. But I want to be like them. All normie and cuffed up with their wife and shit. I want to be them. Where we at here? Let's get to it. But they don't need a lesson over the head. You just show them and they fall right in line. White people don't have no, white people live like that. They just literally be like, all right, who doing what? Okay, all right, he the one at the top. All right. They want to say, yeah, white people need to show. They from Missouri. They want to see it. All right. They can't talk about it. Black people got to talk about it. White people, if they see it, it's real. All right. He the king. He got the best cars and the best hoes and he got the best lifestyle. They be like, okay, he's the guy. And they be talking, whispering when you drive by. All right. Anyway. Oh, man. It's crazy, man. But look. It's not a fact that somebody don't want to be black or white. I don't want to be either one of you motherfuckers in America. I don't want to be either one of y'all. All right, I want to be me. I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. All right, I don't want to be doing what everybody else doing. I think most everybody got a loser mindset. Look, I got to get to this main event because y'all been waiting for it. And I don't want to keep y'all waiting. Main event. All right, main event. Let's go. We got the mama's boys out here, man. These bitches catching wreck today, but y'all need it. Y'all deserve it, and y'all certainly don't deserve me. So we going to put y'all asses in line with a thoroughly thought out presentation and shit like that. Well, first of all, let me just say this, you weak-ass mama boys. You still love your mother. Always love your mother because you'll never get another. But also understand she was a human being and she made mistakes. And as such, you still love your mother at the end of this presentation. Do not go rage out on your mother and be like, you ruined my life. All right, don't do this. Okay? She didn't know. All right? And she only knew what she knew, and she was only able to do what she did by the people that provided it the opportunity. All right, so first thing first, we got this woman right here. Her name is Chevy Caprice. All right, this woman's going to talk about why don't women give up custody of their kids. Now, it's rather lengthy, but it's going to go into this mama boy, why some of you guys were affected by mama's boys, basically the weakest link, and why she used you to become a loser, right? She led you to Loserville. Chevy Caprice is her name. Let's go.
They sent me a post yesterday, and the post basically said, why might some women take on single motherhood versus giving the child to the father full time or allowing the father to get full custody of the kid? And my reason that I think most women would rather struggle than give the kid to the father is because, first and foremost, most women love to play victim. Most women are obsessed with being in a victimized state of mind. Most women know that they will get benefits and government assistance from them children. So if they give the children to the father, then how will they get ahead in life? Another reason why women are not going to.
By the way, she's saying nothing groundbreaking. It's just a woman speaking on this. So now when she says it, it's a little less lethal than me saying it or the men in this space saying it.
and be quick to hand a father custody of a child is because women love to whine, women love to complain, women love to look for reasons to blame the father, blame the man. Women understand that there's a lot of benefit with the child as a single mother. Women understand that there is a lot of free housing, free food, free Medicaid. You know, there's a lot of people that's going to automatically feel sorry for a woman when she's a single mom. You know, it allows them to sink in sorrow, and it allows them to just be able to just play that victim role, like, oh my God, I'm a single mom, his dad's not available, his dad won't do this, his dad won't do that. Whole time there's a father that's saying, just give me the child if you're struggling with the child. But why would they give y'all the child when that will snatch away their get ahead in life? That's going to snatch away their benefits in life, because most fathers are not going to just be quick to run to government assistance when they take on their child. Most men are going to take on their child and they're just going to simply do what needs to be done. But women need that step ahead, so they're not going to hand y'all over a child that's helping them to get ahead in life. They're just not. Another reason why a woman is not going to be quick to give a father full custody is for attachment reasons. You know, some women really be attached to the fathers of their children. A lot of women don't even be wanting the children per se. They just be wanting the long time, lifetime connection with that man through that child.
Okay, so you see where she's going with this. This is all stuff that has been said and done in the manosphere. The black manosphere has conquered that talking point for many, many years, and the manosphere in general has as well for many, many years. And so we get it. But what we're essentially saying, and she's saying, is the women didn't have the best interest in you, right? She wasn't looking to help you. She was looking to help herself using you. We would say children are the pawns. So she's trying to get back at the father. She's trying to use the child for government resources. She's trying to limit access to the father through the child because she wants to have sympathy. I had to do it so hard and I had to be a single mom. All right. And she said, whole time the father was there. Whole time father was fighting for custody. Whole time it was a 50-50 custody split. All right. She was not a single mother. And you're only a single mother when there's no active father. If there's an active father, you're not a single mother. You're just a woman who is single, classified in relationships wise status. You're a single relationship status, but you're just a co-parent. Okay. You're a co-parent. You're not a mother anymore. You're a co-parent and you got your kids living out of a backpack. Point being, a lot of your growth as a man was stunted because of this reasons that she identified. These reasons she identified. Attachment to the child's father. She even hinted at what I said and what Mr. Palmer said. The women love the women hate the father more than they love the child. So she's trying to get back at the child. She's trying to do something to hurt the father, and she's hurting the kids. The kids end up losing. You don't realize that that's how most of y'all grew up. This is normalized. This is how most of y'all grew up. With your mother talking shit about your father. Let your father say one bad thing about the mother. That's my mama. You ready to fight and cry over your goofy ass mama. But your mama talks shit about the father all the time, right in your face, alienating you from the father by drip campaign, and you don't say shit. All right, so these are examples. And then I start talking about issues, and the only thing you have to say is your mama black or, you know, this and that. Hey, all women of all race are capable of harming men. And you choose to be with those women. Doesn't make it so you only defend the women that look like your mama. Right? That's what ninjas will do. All right. You should date somebody like your mama. That's mama boy talk. That's mama boy talk. And a lot of people in a lot of cultures do that shit. And essentially, that woman makes you henpecked. That woman makes you henpecked. You know who wishes do it? Italians do it. They always do this shit. Date somebody like your mama. And then your relationship with your wife is like your relationship with your mama. Now, ladies that are out here dating, you're finding what I'm saying to be true, but you want to not blame the women about this. But we do have to blame the women. Most of these kids are raised by women. But the reason why you are struggling in dating is because of these fucking weak ass mama boys, aka these Mitches. All right. So let me go ahead and continue here with this one because I iron out my case. This is a mom explaining why she kept her son away. And as you can see, there's the mom, ugly, fat. All right. I don't even know how she got penetrated. We have a daughter back here who's probably headed to nowhere. And we have a son here. And as you can see, he has hair on his chin. So he's quite older. But what he's going to find out is that his life has been sabotaged by his mom for her own selfish reasons. Let's play it.
What? I wouldn't saw Pops.
Why would you do that?
He told me something I didn't want to hear. What's that? He said you took me away.
See, That's why I didn't want you to go there, because I knew he was going to tell you his side of the story, which he didn't give you all the facts.
Oh, really? Okay, so you Big Bertha with that goddamn thing on your face. You donkey. I don't even know how anybody impregnated you, but it goes to show niggas will hit anything and impregnate anything. Getting back to the point. That's why I didn't want you to go see your father. Why? He was going to tell his side of the story. But how many years have you told your son your side of the story? See? See, I didn't want you to go over there because he was going to tell his side. Oh, well, it's not really true. But you got to go uninterrupted lies to your son, sabotaging his ass. And now you're going to continue the alienation by saying he lying. But as the Chevy Caprice woman said, yeah, that attachment to the baby father is going to sabotage the son. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I did take you away. To fast forward a little bit, I took you to him when you was maybe 3 or 4 years old. Took you over there with your Jordans on, whatever. Soon as I dropped you off, he left you with your grandma, dipped off and went to Buchanan somewhere to party. You called me to come and get you. I get that. You have no shoes on. You can't even find your shoes. I was devastated. I was irritated. And you said you didn't want to go back there no more, so we never did.
Your mama's boy's gonna learn. You see this weak ass woman? This man reveres his mama, but now he's now being revealed that she's a weak bitch. Like, she literally put him in the worst situation, all because one time she took him over to the father, and her story is that he went out to party and left him with his mother, which is okay. Women leave kids with everybody. Preschool, after school, daycare, babysitters, teachers, nannies. Women live their kids with any goddamn body, their mama. But when the kids go over with the man's supposed to always be there. He had the kids all day, put the kids to bed, had his mama come over, which he's able to do, and he went to a party. That's fine. That's fine. But now he's 18, 20, and you're still mad about some shit that happened when he was 3? An incident. And he couldn't find his shoes. I vowed to that day I would never take you back. So you literally kept your child away from the father because you mad at some shit when he was 3 and 4. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Women can have kids and leave them with anybody. The minute the man has custody, he's supposed to always be there with the kids and watch them. God forbid that his mama come over and babysit him. He can't hire a babysitter. Isn't this sad? See, this is what I'm talking about. And then y'all jump on here to defend me and why should we talk about them and why so much emphasis on X, Y, and Z. If you don't shut your bitch ass up.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Okay. One day he goes to a party on his custody and and look at the daughter in the background. She realized, oh, my mama ain't shit. You didn't have an absent baby daddy. You had a bitter baby mama. And fucked your whole life up. And look at the son, just looking at it going, wow. All this time, I thought my daddy wasn't shit. And you just said some shit that don't even make sense to me. You fucked my life up over this goofy shit. Yes. Yes. And that's why you weak ass bitches come in here with your bullshit. I don't want to hear it. We got another one right here. Sorry for the music in the background. This is apparently a guy named, is it Tyil? I can't see what his name is. It looks like Tyil. This is what he had to say. He's talking to his father on a live stream. Let's take it from here.
My mother was together for 12 years. Why did y'all break up? It's a long story. Cheating. That's why. Oh, you cheated? You cheated first. Get the God! No! Women don't cheat! Mother, if you you know, women will lie for their homegirl. So their homegirl can go out and go cheat, right? Yeah, for sure. But then they'll turn around and still sleep with their homegirl's man that they lied to. Sound like to learn, Chad. You and my mother.
So again, we have one, yes, and they sabotage daughters too. Absolutely. Women are jealous of their daughters. They'll sabotage them. Happens to me. And they'll blame me. Guys, y'all gonna learn. It takes y'all years. You went through poverty and struggle and blaming the white man and racism and sign language and feeling guilty. And you went through years of this only to find out it was your mama that wasn't shit. You thought the dads wasn't shit. We were very comfortable talking about fathers ain't shit. But now he had to say, oh, yeah, that was your mama out here skeezing. And he said, chat, y'all got a lot to learn. And your mama kept you away from your daddy and told you he wasn't shit. Meanwhile, she was the one cheated. Guys, it happens to us all. They have to be the victim on the way out of the door. It's a sad reality. And when you wake up to it, we only wake up to it when we get victimized as a man. When it happens to us, and I call that karma. That's mama's karma. They have sons. They treat their sons' fathers like shit. And then guess what? Those men come out here because they're weak. They're misled. They're unguided, undecided. They're trying to find a woman like their mama, or they're trying to find a woman in general to love them. And guess what? They go pick the wrong woman. And guess what? That same woman that fucked over his father, she gonna watch his sons get drugged too. By the same type of shit. And guess what? The mom is not gonna say nothing. Because number one, she did the same thing. Number two, she's not gonna stop a system that benefits women. So she's gonna go for female own group preference, and she's gonna support the woman dragging her son through the motherfucking court. She's not going to say nothing. Neither can she do anything. Hands are tied. Huh? And y'all mama's boys will come in here and defend this bullshit. So he just found out it was the mom that was cheating and fucked up the entire marriage.
I was together for 12 years. Why did y'all break up? It's a long story. Cheating. That's why. Oh, you cheated. You cheated first.
Look. Oh, you cheated. See, when the father was the cheater, he was okay with that. See, why you cheat on my moms? Why you cheat on my moms? But then when the dad said, no, that was her. And he crashed out. Look at that. You see the difference? He can't believe. I can't believe my mama would be the one. She said you was the one. And you were fully comfortable with just painting him in that light. Now, all of a sudden, you crashing out because, yep, your mama was out there throwing that ass in a circle at girls' nights out. Look, the crash out. This is what you niggas look like when you try to debate me. And you in the comment section acting like a Mitch. This is y'all. This is y'all. It's a real thing. Sad reality that these men got to learn at 18, 20, 22, 25. This is you. This is you when you come in here and I say I'm not black and you want me to be a loser. Does it make sense? I got more for you. And remember, love your moms. She tried. She tried. The mama's boy. Take a look here. Let me show you the headline of this article. These are real people. This is a real scenario, but as you can see, this is the quintessential mama's boy. All right, and it says right here, her name is Ruth Richardson and her son, Sean. This was after the George Floyd incident. So this article was written by the New World Order. All right, to act like you niggas need some lessons on protecting yourself. You do, because you ain't got no daddy. So it says how a mother protects her black teenage son from the world. Yes. This is why we got men the way we got them. Ladies, this is why y'all can't find good men out here. This is why you got these niggas out here on Seeking Arrangements trying to get 49-year-old. That's why you got them out here playing the numbers game in Rizzilla. That's why you got lowlifes that think $100 is gold digging. How is a mother going to protect her black teenage son? He bigger than her. He protects her. She don't protect him. He bigger, stronger, faster, and better. He should see himself as shit. What can you teach me? What can you do for me? You never had a swinging dick, all right? You can't teach me. You can't teach me shit beyond 8 years old or the 8th grade. I protect you. And the whole picture itself shows that he's protecting her. How the hell she protecting him? And basically the thing talked about the whole sad thing about we need to teach boys what happened, about the police when they get pulled over. That old sad song again. All right. Black people are the only people that have to teach their boys how to not get pulled over by the police and how to act when they get pulled over. You mean act like civilized and not go crazy and get your fucking neck stomped on? All right. This is crazy. Bullshit. Her basic lesson was, well, white teenagers can do shit that you can't do. This is protection. This is monkey ass plantation bullshit. I guess one day he was running down the suburban neighborhood and a white woman said, why are you running down the street? Did you steal something? And she was like, see, you got to understand that it's hard for a black man to run down the street. The fuck? This is old plantation bullshit. Plantation bullshit. This is goofy, man. Y'all still go with this? Y'all still live y'all lives like this? Do you guys still live your life with these narratives? You guys do. Well, if you do, you're a loser. All right. You're going to lose for like decades. You're going to lose decades like this. Still believing this shit and waiting for your mama to teach you what you need to do when you get pulled over by the police. Act like a civilized human being. Have your paperwork in order. Not have your license plates expired. Put your hands at 10 o'clock in 2. Roll the window down. Not smell like a hot box full of weed. Have your driver's license present and not expired, nigga. Not have 50 license plate traffic tickets. All right, this is easy shit. And just live your life like this, but it's your mama's teaching. Your mama teaches you this bullshit. And most of the time because she keeps you away from the father as much as possible. So the fathers don't give you the lessons. You got to wait till you 17 with your black ass mama to learn how to act like a civilized human being. And then the media got to portray it like she doing some heroic effort. How the fuck is this heroic? How, bruh? This is basic shit. Negroes, this is basic shit. This is like, mammy got to teach you how not to get whipped by master. Get the fuck out of here, bruh. This is low level shit. Right here. This is low level shit. This guy's going to be guided by this woman for the next 10 years of his manhood. No, you're going to be in my comment section based off the teachings of that loser woman, all right, with no father around. And who knocked this woman up? We got to start asking hard questions here. Not everybody gets to knock up an attractive woman, I know, but who's knocking these women up? It's obvious. Who impregnating these women? We got to start charging y'all ninjas too. We got to start. Son husbands are knocking these men that don't have fathers are knocking these women up. That's the only explanation. Because this woman should not have procreated at all. All right, but we did. Somebody knocked her up, and guess what? Nobody knocked her up afterwards. So guess who's the man now? The son husband. The son now is going to do all the masculine duties, and I hope he ain't fucking her, but maybe the times they are. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right. Anyway, and I didn't mean to demean those two people for no reason, but hey, I saw the article and they were a good representation. What is the mama boy syndrome? It's a term used to describe a man who is overly dependent on his mother. It can cause a number of issues, including anxiety, difficulty forming relationships, and a reluctance to be independent. Say it again. Now, when I talk, by the way, I was raised primarily by my mother. I knew my father. I lived with my father from time to time. So I lived with him for a year off and on. So I would go back and forth. When we lived in the same city, I had, we'll see him weekends and all of that shit. And my family is his family and vice versa. So I have a good relationship with my father, but I was raised to be a mama's boy. And some of the men my mother dated, I remember one in particular was like, stop making him a mama's boy. And I was like 12 or 13, maybe 10 or 11. And he was already identifying like, nah, let him be a man. Right? You're making him out to be a mama's boy. So even other men were identifying that possibility was there. Now, I had to change my whole conditioning. I'm a strong-oriented person. I'm very independent, and I'm selfish as fuck. So I had to reprogram myself over years and years But a lot of you guys are incapable of because you're deaf, dumb, and blind, and you just want to live like this all your life, like a victim. Okay? So you can't reprogram yourself. You're just going to continue to repeat the dumb shit that this woman said to you year after year after year, and you're going to bring it over to me. Yo, mama black, all right? No, that's dumb shit. Okay? And continue to settle for being losers. All right? It is what it is. All right? But that's the mama boy syndrome. Again, anxiety. It says it's overly dependent on the mother. It can cause a number of issues, including anxiety, difficulty forming relationships, and a reluctance to be independent. Okay? There are some people that support the mama's boy, saying that there's some benefits to being it, but that's just, everybody there's trade-offs to everything. Okay? Short-term hospitalization can help children with mama boy syndrome, and a mama's boy may have a hard time asserting his independence. For real. Like, dudes, men will not be independent. You will literally then find the next collective of losers and attach yourself to that because that's what your mama did. Like, for instance, your mama got to cuss people out outside and nothing happened to her. Right? She would go outside, put her hands on her hip and let her backbone slip, and she would roll her neck, and she would cuss people out at the gas station, and she cuss people out at the electric company when they shut her lights off. She'll cuss people out at the school, and she'll cuss people out. She'll just be up there and everybody cussing everybody out. Guess what happened? Then you grow up, and you take your monkey ass out there, and then you start cussing everybody out and talking shit, and then all of a sudden you get socked. You get your teeth pushed back in the back of your throat. All of a sudden, you got a scuffle, and you scuffling. And then even worse, you're getting shot by one of these people who see you as an aggressive, big orangutan. All right? They see the big woman out there. She's aggressive, but she ain't going to do nothing. They see your ass, and you're a threat. Now, all of a sudden, they got to snuff your ass out, hog tie you, and throw you in the back of the truck and drive around the corner, all right? And you ain't breathing when you get to the police station. See what I'm saying? You can't do what your mama did. Your mama got away with it without getting socked and punched because they was like, oh, she a victim and a loser. You, on the other hand, they see you as an aggressive threat. So you can't come out here and get away with what your mama doing. But you mama's boys always try to pull it off. When you get pulled over by the police, you start arguing and going crazy and losing your mind like your mama did. But guess what? The police gonna put a knee in your neck, but she let your mama slide. You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You can't have it like your mama. You can't have it like your mama. Niggas will snuff you out, man. You're a threat. Your mama's not a real threat. She just all mouth. You can't be out here operating like a female and then come to my show where I'm trying to improve the masculine reputation of men and then come in here with this nigga shit and your mama shit. Learn how to be a man first. And just because you don't know how to shoot a gun and you strong and got muscles don't make you a man. It's a mindset. And you weak mama's boys ain't got it. It's apparent by the way you try to detract from me. You weak. And as long as you recognize it, then we can address it. But if you don't want to recognize it, we can't address it. Let me show you something. How is this programmed into you? Well, the mama's boy is a stereotype for black men. I don't know if you guys know that. It is also a stereotype for Italian men, and I think Jewish men and Greek men. I think it's certainly a stereotype. Middle Eastern men, people from Iran certainly might have this reputation as well. All right, it is very synonymous with these people. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Throw mama from the train and shit like this. All right, but the media has done a great job to program you guys to be mama's boys. I'm going to show you something. An angry man put me onto this. Shout out to Angry Man Valdez. He talked about this in a show many, many years ago. He probably forgot about this. And he forgets about the contributions he makes. But I want you to look at this. This has been programmed into you where the mom is ever present. In TV shows, the mama boy, black man being a mama boy is a stereotype that goes back way back to the plantations. And even today, you still have shows that represent this mama. All right. Either the guy will dress up like the mama or the mama will be a part of the show, but she will be absent the father. All right. So let me show you this. And there'll be an adult male, the adult male. So the adult male rules his roost, but when mama comes, all hell breaks loose. Okay. Mama throws shoes. She throws tantrums. She wants all the attention. The attention is on her. The rules of her old fucked up house now applies to your house. This is Martin playing, I can't remember the character's name of this one. Mama Payne. Mama Payne. All right, so this is him playing the mama. All right, this is an example of how this mama imagery has been programmed as you supposed to be scared of this woman. This woman's supposed to be able to just change the trajectory of everybody like her. The attention just goes to her. You have Medea that has played this figure. The mama, she just comes in and then we're like, oh, here come Big Mama. She gonna start yelling and screaming and cussing and thundering and lightning, and she gonna set everybody straight and she gonna read everybody and blah, 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 blah. And she ain't gonna bust a grape in a fruit fight. Okay. You have this one right here. This one, George Jefferson was also a mama's boy. He was loud talking, shucking and jiving. He was a tough man. He was an entrepreneur, a business person. But when his mama came, guess what happened? Mama came to shut shit down. And all she had to do was waggle her finger and spin her neck and put her hands on her hip and let her back. All of a sudden now, George Jefferson's scared of mama. And mama's here, and mama, and she gonna come in here, and what my mama gonna say, grown ass man. Grown ass man. The next one. Family Matters. Family Matters. This nigga, Carl Winslow, walked his mama down the aisle of her own wedding. And guess what? These mamas never have a counterpart. They never have a husband. The husband is non-existent. Okay? So there's Carl Winslow walking out. She didn't have a husband, but she lived up in the house and shit. Same thing with this one. George Jefferson didn't have a husband. Mama Payne didn't have a husband. All right? This is programmed into you and the stereotype. Did Medea have a husband? Probably not. All right? The next one, 227. Take a look. You have an entire man with his entire family. He's got a family. He's got a kid. He's got a daughter, a son. And what do you see about the women? You have one woman that's married. You have 1, 2, 3 women that are single. You have a single mom over here on the bottom right. You have his mama sitting right there, present, no husband. And Jack Hay was a 304 back in the day, and she was a fine light skin. But the 3 women at the bottom, single. All right. And the man of the house, his mama lives there. Okay. All in the business. Actually, that woman is actually a neighbor. That's not his mom. I think that's the neighbor downstairs. All right. But fuck it. Right. I think the mama was on the show. All right. Then we have this one right here. Blackish. Blackish. Now, this was the rare one where the mama is there. Also, the father is there as well, but they're divorced. All right, this is the narrative. This is the conditioning. But guess what? He rules the roost. He's the male played by Anthony Anderson, successful. He has a wife, children, but mama is right there. Mama is there. Now, the dad ends up coming onto the show, played by Lawrence Fishburne, who's part of the director team and all of that shit. But they're divorced. They're divorced. So the mama then comes in, and then there goes son. All right, mama. Mama gonna tell us. Mama comes in, and mama comes back with the Mammy Stern look, all right, to raise hell on the successful son. You see what I'm saying? Like, you see this programming? New world order. And unfortunately, mamas who are mamas like this, they love this shit. They eat it up. Women eat up media very good. They're the weakest link in terms of being infiltrated by propaganda. So they see this and they emulate it. I'm like the mama on Blackish. All right. I'm like the Straggle on this show. Right. They eat it up. White women too. They're like Sex in the City. They're like Samantha. They're like this one. They eat it up. So they do see characters and they try to mimic that character in real life. Okay, men, on the other hand, who are strong-minded, know that these are characters and shit. They don't try to go out and watch wrestling, and then the next day, they Mr. Perfect and Ravish and Rick Rude. All right? But we kind of do it, but we don't. But this is This is an example of this mama boy syndrome. Even when you're successful and have your own family, the mom is like the omnipotent God that can come into your life and put you in check. Mama gonna tell you what to do. Meanwhile, she can't even support herself. She can't even support herself. She got to live up under you, live in the mama's mother-in-law quarters, live in the garage, live in the basement. How does she know shit? How does she get to be the guiding force in your life? And where are the fathers? Most of the time, these women don't have any husband. I mean, it's sad. All right, whatever you say, mama. All right, like I said, this was a neighbor downstairs. It wasn't his mama, but it might as well have been. All right, mama. Mama here. Mama there. There go mama. Mama say this. Mama start pointing and shouting. All right, there go mama. This is a stereotype, guys. And you guys live this out. You guys live this shit out. Oh, they had the other brother too. All right, let me see here. This guy right here. A lot of you guys won't remember this TV show at all, and it was Rock. All right. This was a great show. This guy was a Charles Dutton. Okay. He basically was living a stereotype. But Rock had that too. Although I cannot pull up. The father was there. I think that's the father. All right. So Rock was the father there. All right. I can't remember. And then he had a wife and kids, and they go the father who looks like me right now. All right. With hair. And then you had the brother who was a game ninja. All right. Great show. But yeah, that's kind of what happens. You guys get programmed in this, and then you come out here and be the cape simp enforcers for horrible behavior. That really doesn't get you anywhere. And then you try to use that shit on me, and I'm like, dude, you sound like your mama. You literally sound, when you're arguing against me, you literally sound like your mother arguing against me. You're not sounding like a rational male. I didn't mean to say that. You're not sounding like a rational man. You're sounding like your mother with nothing else to grasp at like straws. So you use guilt as your weapon. You use guilt as your weapon because that's what your mother did to you. When you wanted to see your father, when you live with your mother, Mom, can I go over to Dad's house? What did she do? Did she say yes? Go see your dad. I would hope for you to go see your dad. Matter of fact, spend the whole weekend with your dad. Spend the whole week with your dad. Did she say that? No. She said, I don't understand why you need to go see him anyway after what he did to me. And it was like 12 years ago. You know what he did to me, and I can't believe you want to be with that motherfucker shiftless, lazy ass, and fuck his wife too and his girlfriend. He probably fucking other girls too. That's what your mama did. Guilt. Guilt as a weapon. All right? We already showed you. People who use guilt as a weapon are manipulators. Okay? Where's the guy right there talking about it? Guilt as a weapon. They're manipulators. Losers. Here we go right here.
Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. Refuse to be manipulated by guilt.
Refuse to be manipulated by guilt. So when you come to my show and you don't have nothing else to say, you try to make me feel guilty. How come you're not ranting on them? How come you ain't talking about when they do it? How come they don't make me feel guilty? Right? I'm running the show and I'm calling the shots. Am I speaking the truth? Yep. And by the way, I did what you said, but now you got me distracted trying to argue that I already talked about those people. You just didn't understand it. You just didn't feel it the same way because you're a weak mama's boy. Now you feel guilty or you feel bad when I'm talking about you, just like your mama would feel bad when I'm talking about her. So now you got to use manipulation by guilt. Your mama, can I get $5 for lunch? $5? You need $5 for lunch? What costs $5? Did I give you $5 last week? Guess what? That's guilt. How many of y'all mamas did that? Be honest. I don't care what race you are. How many of your mamas did that? Now, let's say you needed $20. And you already remembered the last 3 times you asked for $5, she made you feel bad. She grabbed her purse. Go and get my purse. Let me see. She slammed her purse on the goddamn thing. All right, let me see. Got her pocketbook out. Got it. Hold the water. 1, 2, 3. You sure you need 5? I gave you 5. Where that last 5 I gave you? All right, I spent it on this. All right, but you need to play in your money better. I'm going to teach you how to do a financial advice. 1, 2, 3. Now I got to pay the electric bill next week. All right, that's called guilt. And it's manipulation. Now, the next time you really need the money again, you're going to remember that shit. You're like, damn, I don't even want to ask her. But you need money to go on a field trip at school. If you don't bring the money, you don't get to go on the field trip or the pizza party. So you go, I'm not going to ask her, fuck it. Now you sitting in the classroom and they on the bus eating pizza, having a party. The whole class having fun. They on recess. They nana and the booba having an ice cream party. And you sitting there because your mama used guilt. That's manipulation. You bitch ass niggas do too. Now all of a sudden you ain't having ice cream and shit. Then you go home crying. Kids was playing, eating pizza. They was on the bus having a party. And then your mama say, what happened? I didn't bring the $5 in the permission slip. Boy, what you mean? You know you can come to me anytime you want and ask me for money. You know I give it to you every time. But guess what? You give it to him with manipulation and guilt. So he doesn't want the manipulation and guilt, just like you manipulate him and guilt him into go seeing his parents or go see his father. He just doesn't ask anymore. And then, well, he didn't ask to go up over there, so I didn't take you over there. Let me show you where that woman said that. I took you away. I didn't take you over there. You asked to come home at 3 years old, so I never took you back to go see your daddy. This is some real shit. This is some real conversation I'm having here, man. Here it is right here. All right. I didn't take you over there. You never asked, so I never took you back to see your daddy. And now you 18, 20, 25, 30, realizing, damn it, my mama wasn't shit. My mama fucked me over. She used guilt. I took you up over there and you didn't have no shoes. We couldn't even find your shoes. 3 years old. So from 3 years old, from 20, he had to pay the penalty and knew that she was going to use guilt if he wanted to go up over there. So he did never ask and never had his father. Guys, you got to understand, these are your formative years. They used to call this, back in the legal structure, somebody give me the name because it's slipping my mind. But the years are so formative that they called it the, damn, I can't get it. But somebody's going to say it and I'll give it to you. But these years are so formative and important for men that in the absence of achieving this successfully, most of you guys can't figure out why your male adulthood is so fucked up. But it starts here. It starts here. The Oedipus complex is what Sigmund Freud called it. The tender years is what it's called. Thank you, KT King and Mr. Robbins and everybody. It's called the tender years. All right. And so it's so important, formative in these early years, the development between the mom and the son or the mom and the child. It is the tender years. It is a very formative year because if you're absent of these tender years, you don't have a mother or a father, you're messed up. You're going to be messed up. So it's so important that you have a good bond with both of your parents. When you have this absence, it really makes you suffer down the line. And then you don't wonder, then y'all want to blame the white man and racism and shit like that. And all along, it is proximity, likeness, and relationships that form how you're going to be as a man, unfortunately. And we still allow people to do this and go unpunished, unconfronted. And I'm cooking with hot fish grease. Guess what? Y'all be like, but it's still my mama. Yep. Then you come in here sounding like your mama. I mean, it's crazy, man. Do you want to talk to me like your mama's talking to me? Nah, man. Hey, we need to be conscious of this. Many other women are suffering from this in the dating marketplace. They're suffering because they're dealing with mama's boys. They're dealing with weak men. They're dealing with men who can't argue, debate. They're dealing with men who identify as losers. And then they want successful men to deal with them as if they're a loser too and identify with their groups, their politics, all because a person looks like you and you're not even strong enough to realize that it is you that's fucked up, not the person that identifies differently. It's you that's fucked up, not me. Perhaps if you listen to me, you can make this correction because I've been preaching this for 8 years. It ain't changed. You read the book. This is exactly what I say. You have to get out of these boxes. Don't box yourself in. Chapter 3 of the Free Agent Lifestyle. Get rid of racial identity. It doesn't serve you well. It has never helped. I've seen these racial people, white supremacists. I've seen black people do it. I've seen Italians do it. Guess what? It ain't help them out one bit. 40 years, nobody got better. It only got worse. Okay? It didn't help anybody. It will not serve you well at all. It's just something you cling on to because you have nothing else to cling on to. You have no hope. You have no guidance. You don't have a future. And you got a fucked up background that is not going to serve you well. So you cling on to this shit as if this changed, you would be successful, and it won't. You still a fucking loser after 40 and 50 years. Nothing going to change because they solved the racism problem. Nothing. And any other problem. Religion problem. If they solve religion right now, nothing will change. You will still be a fucking loser in church. Right? You'll still be in church a loser. Waiting for God to come back. The Messiah to come back. And he ain't came back. Your mama and grandmama done lived and died and thought Jesus was coming back and said Jesus coming back. And Jesus didn't come back. And they fucking in the ground dead. Live their lives their entire life waiting for Jesus to come. He coming, I know. All right, it's in the scriptures, it's written, and they dead. They dead waiting for Jesus to come back and bring them out of purgatory, and Jesus just chilling. Jesus got better fish to fry than to help these Negroes and these low life and these losers. Jesus probably wouldn't approve of you waiting for him to come back to get you out of your loser mindset. Jesus said, go win. I ain't coming back. All right. Same thing. Get out of these boxes, man. These are things that do not serve you well as a man. Women need these things to give them guidance. The Bible is for women. It is for men to guide women. It ain't for your dumb ass to sit around and be broke and a victim. Right? These the last days. Dude, I was in the church in the 80s and they was having a whole thing. 1984, Jesus coming back. Guess what? Didn't come. And I told my family, why you still going to this church if Jesus didn't come back? And they had the date and everything. He gonna be here. They was in church waiting for him to come back. I know that pastor dead as a doorknob right now. He dead before Jesus returned. Right? And black folks is in there with canned goods and blankets. All right. Doing motherfucking praise and worship and shit. All right. And they could have been living their life the entire time. Like, fuck it. I'll let me live my life. But they was out there in remembrance of you. Nigga, you ain't coming back. You'd have fucked up your whole life eating canned beans. That's loser shit, bro. But hey, it is what it is. Let me get to these super chats in here. Perhaps maybe I won't have no extra show. All right, but yo, man, come on, man. Y'all need to boss up, man. For real, man. You're your own God.
You better boss up, nigga.
I would have left that church right then and there. All right, but yeah, nigga still was donating to the church. Shout out to our brother. Slick says, I believe you missed my super chat. All right, and I didn't. Where did it come in through? Maybe I haven't read it yet. Shout out to our brother. The incredible Paul is in the building. Appreciate your work. 100%. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you being here, man. Yo. Shout out to our brother Kevin Sullivan. Said, what's up, coach in the coach gang? God, coach, you said mothers sabotage their daughters. Do you think when mothers or grandmothers, they didn't have their fathers get upset at their daughters because they have a father that wants or is trying to be a father? All right, I don't know what that is right there.
What that mean?
Do you think when mothers or grandmothers that did this? Oh, if mothers and grandmothers didn't have a father, they get upset at the daughters because they have a father. Oh, I see. Okay, you're saying the mother and the grandmother never had a father around. So then they get mad if their dad is trying to be around the daughter. Okay, yeah, that could be. That could be. All right, we heard a woman say that last night. about her kid. She said, my father was never around, so she never found it to be important. But really, I'm going to tell you what men represent to women who are undisciplined, unstructured, and don't want to be led and be in their true role in the order of God, right? The order of protection. Men represent discipline. Men represent discipline. That's it. Bottom fucking line. Now, undisciplined mama boys, please leave the conversation. You're not in it. Your name is Benedict and you ain't in it. You're a loser. All right. So get the losers out of here. Yeah, that's my new favorite word. But let me tell you something. Look at this guy. Like, this dude is demonic. You guys believe in some goofy shit, bro. But yes, I'm the devil. All right. Hold on for a second. I'm the devil. But wait for your God to return. He ain't coming back. I'm going to just let you know. This nigga he been asleep at the wheel for a long time. All right. But anyway. Well, let me tell you something. Men represent discipline. So as long as a man is around, the woman has to listen. The best way for a woman to not be around discipline and authority is to get rid of the man. Or the other way is for that man to be buck broken. And so she don't have to listen to the man. All right. So if she's around men, like black men have been buck broken for many, many years, hundreds of years. All right. And this has been a stain on the American brain. All right. So since men have seen themselves less than and pity party and they act like their mama, the women will never respect them. So they can just dismiss them. They can be like, all right. But men represent discipline and authority. And the place where you see this, I'm going to tell you where you see this the most. All right. I'm going to tell you where you see this the most. Where you see this the most is when there are women that seek out men that are disciplined and authoritative, specifically older men. So when women are young and they date older men, what do they say? Daddy issues. What is a woman seeking out? Discipline, authority, leadership, mentor, money, stability. So it literally presents itself and manifests itself just like that. A woman that has had a weak father or no father will seek out a man who has that because she didn't have it. The women that have it will fucking rebel against that man when they teenagers, when they're wives, when they're stuck in a marital contract, they'll rebel against that authority. So when a woman seeks it out, people say she has daddy's issues. That's the point. That is the point I'm trying to express here. It's wild out here, but you know. All right, shout out to Kevin Sullivan. Thank you for that long-ass question that I didn't understand. All right, but let me see here. What do we got here? Danero Tranquillo says, my mother didn't want me to go to college. That's another sabotage. She didn't want you to go to college. She literally said she wouldn't help me. Now I'm successful and she needs my help. He says, I sent her $650 per month, bought her a car, and paid off her debt. My sister flew to see me and told me I'm not doing enough. He says, that day I was done. Shit. But it's true. It's true. Again, what do? Manipulate you by guilt. You're not doing enough. Another way they manipulate you by guilt is you're not there. All right. You're not here. You're not there. You're not seeing me. You don't come see me. I'm telling you, bro. That's just guilt. All right. You don't see me. You're not here. You're not here helping me raise the kids. I'm doing it all on my own. This is just guilt. All right. None of it is none of it is true. They're just making that shit up because they're trying to manipulate you. And he also adds this. He says, men on your ascension, he says the main relationship you are going to have to do is negotiate with your mother. He says, most will need support. All of them are going to need support. My sister tried to guilt me into sending my mother money after I just worked a 16-hour shift and my mom was out drinking. Right? And, this is just described as, children with breast syndrome. Mauricio says, maturing is realizing that your mama was full of shit. Corey Holcomb. Shout out to the legendary Corey Holcomb. Maturing is realizing that your mama was full of shit. Damn. And again, love your moms. I love my mom. This isn't to make you feel bad, hate your mom or go and crash out on your mom. But true. Like, maturing is realizing that the shit that your mama told you almost, well, certainly 70% of it was useless, right? You couldn't do anything with it. There's a slight chance that she helped you out. Engineer Dr. Salute Coach, the black card mind gymnastics is just one of many examples of what George Orwell wrote about. He called it the double thinking, holding two mutually contradictory beliefs in mind. Double thinking. Shout out to Coach and the Coach Gang. 2025, it's time to boss up 100%.
Boss up, nigga.
Like, you're a victim and a king at the same time. Like, what? And then also, I mean, there's just so many wacky shit about this, you know, that type of black card shit is just weird. I can give it away. I can't give it away, but you can take it from me. J Day says, get away from people who know you. In their mind, you are already figured out. They ignore your progress because they already concluded your outcome. He says they'll come back around when you surpass their or their peers and their idols' accomplishments. Only winners get respect. That is beautifully said. People who know you, they basically don't want to see you any different than that, right? They know you when you were 12. They knew you when you were 7 and pissed in the bed. As far as that they're concerned, you're that guy. If you try to change to something else, they'll remind you, let you become successful. They be like, when he was 7, he used to piss in the bed. They'll dig up your records. They'll dig up everything, and you became a whole different man. You matured. You became a king. And here they come. I used to fuck on him, 20 years ago. And he was a mini man. He had a small wee-wee. They will come in there to try to bring you right back to who they want you to be. And when you win, it's only you have to become legendary to win. Legendary. No Government Name Me says, hey, coach, took a self-care day off listening to you and hitting the gym, but I agree. Getting rid of my black card and moving away from my family and home state. He says, I ended up improving my life. Still not where I want to be, but I'm on the road after deleting social media and cutting all access to people. Shout out to you. Yeah. Okay. Got to move away to become a man. Then you can come back. Mauricio says, every man has 2 lives. The second life starts when you realize that you only have one. Woo! You guys are preaching. In my book, I keep saying that. This is your one life, gentlemen. Think about how you spend your life. And the things you spend your life, powerless people spend their lives thinking about people and things that they can't control because that gives them control. All right? There's things out of my control that are happening. I can't control it. But, it explains why I'm here. Trump, Biden, right? Changing the family court laws and shit. If we could just do that, getting a reparations check. These are beyond your control, but they seem to be the reason why you'll be successful. If this one thing change. If this racism stop, what racism? When did you experience racism? Like, what type of racism did you experience? Some white guy in Florida at the goddamn 7-Eleven. He ain't got no teeth. He's a meth homeless guy. He called you the N-word. Y'all haven't experienced as much racism as you believe. You don't even experience it. It's all in your fucking head. It's all the media telling you it exists. All right? I'm just letting you know. I'm just speaking to the men here. You need this power. You need this truth. You have not experienced as much racism as you might believe you have. The only experience you have is when other people tell you about their experience. And then you be like, oh, yeah, And it's mostly small shit. Small shit that don't mean shit. Like somebody called you the N-word. Who? Him? Really? All right. Some nigga on the bus? Okay, let's do this. Why are you riding the bus? Perhaps if you didn't ride the bus, you wouldn't have this lowlife calling you the N-word. How about you not fucking ride the bus? How about you get your motherfucking life up in order?
Better boss up, nigga.
Or else you're going to be on the bus and calling you got low lives. You're a low life with him. Right? Come on. But, these Marxist communists, they will make you think that you're going to go outside and there's going to be racism. But I'm going to tell you again, you have not experienced as much racism as you might believe. You might have had like 5 or 6 racist incidents that were powerful, right? That meant something, but it was mostly bullshit. You didn't experience it. The other people experienced it, and you experienced it through them. All right, anyway. All right, so be careful and conscious of these things that you program your mind. As that guy was telling you. You program your mind, I'm a victim. I'm black, and the black man, and I'm a victim. I'm a woman. I'm a man. You're gonna live that out. You're literally giving yourself that self-fulfilling prophecy in many instances. All right. He said no one care. He said the key word is systematically. Again, you guys are you guys are worried about shit you can't control. Please, that systematic racism bullshit, like that is gonna get you nowhere. That's gonna get you nowhere. Okay. First thing you can do is take control of that situation. How do you do that? You want me to tell you how? Because I got a little bit of time. All right. I got a little bit of time.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
I'm gonna tell you how you deal with that shit. It's systematic. That's it. That's the biggest crock of bullshit. That's loser talk. Loser talk. All right. It's systematic that y'all niggas coming in here with your pants is off your ass. All right. You coming in there, gold teeth, gold chain. You coming in there with big ass hair, braids, and now you're gonna deal with some racism, bro. Nobody's gonna fucking hire you. Why don't you cut your fucking hair off? Why don't you get the corporate cut? Why don't you learn how to dress and get a tailor? Learn how to wear a suit properly and not get a cheap fucking suit. Right? Why don't you learn how to talk right? Stop putting tattoos on your face and neck. All right, these things might help you first, other than the systematic racism. Fucking get your credit score up over 700. Over 700. Move to a neighborhood where there ain't people being victimized by systematic racism every fucking day. Leave the country. There could be a whole bunch of things you could do. There's a whole bunch of things you can control to beat that. That is just a mental roadblock. Wear some deodorant, nigga. Brush your teeth. Go to the dentist. Like, there's a whole bunch of things you could do. Make presentable. Wear fucking Eddie Bauer clothes instead of nigga clothes. Like, there's a whole bunch of things you could do. Stop wearing Timberland boots every day outside. Pull your pants up over your ass. There's a whole bunch of things we could do. There's a whole bunch of things, man. That's just a mental roadblock that you put up there. And when have you dealt with systematic racism? Have you tried to buy a house in a white Jewish community and they didn't let you buy it? No, that's never happened. You're just hearing that shit and never experienced it. You've never experienced it. Like I'm saying, you are listening to it and it never has hit your doorstep. Never one time. Yep, you driving around in an SRT and the police pull you over. Don't drive an SRT, nigga. Stop driving an SRT. That's an automatic pullover vehicle. They're going to look out for you like this. They never pull me over in a Porsche. I got pulled over one time in the fucking Porsche. You know why? They don't think a nigga's in there. And I got tinted windows. They can't see me. They think it's an old white man in there. They're like, all right, we're going to leave him alone. I'll be speeding. Vroom. Never get pulled over. You niggas speed down the freeway in the SRT, you getting pulled over. You ain't even speeding, bro. You just driving 60 miles an hour on the freeway. Driving slow, you getting pulled over. All right, so there goes systematic racism like that. All right, dude, you can beat that. Systematic racism easily beat. There's always limitations. All right, anyway. Where we at? No government name me. I shout out to you. And shout out to our brother here. No government name. Greetings, coach. Quick question. The marriage wheel. Can you quickly break down what it looks like in a relationship? Because bitches pull the same before they switch up. Yes, they do. I think I did a video on the relationship wheel, but I'll pull it back up. I'll pull it up. Bob, the builder, says, this is why I will never be able to settle down. I'd rather die early, childless, and poor with STDs than to live a life of the majority of married men. It's either free agent lifestyle or monk mode if I'm done with sex. Shout out to you, man. It's very crippling. It's very crippling. No government name. People don't realize that all the guys that promote game or brag about being good with women are or getting it for free are never wealthy, aka new money, or came from a blue chip family with a trust fund in a gated community with flatbacks with rich dads. Never. Even white guys that promote game, most of those guys are losers. I'm gonna tell you, bruh. White guys that promote game, I've never seen them niggas live a life that I would want to live. They almost inevitably are losers. Like the dude I know, I went to school with a dude, little short, Joe. Yeah, I talk about Joe all the time. I used to call him Gigolo Joe. Shout out to Joe. He probably be listening to me. He was a little Italian dude with hips like a woman. He was like my height or shorter. He was like shorter than me. And he had a hook nose, an Italian hook nose like this. Nigga looked like Barney Rubble. And he used to wear jean shorts like John Cena, but very long, almost over his knees. So he looked hella shorter. And he was kind of fat and dumpy like Barney Rubble. And he had hips like a woman. Like that dude used to pull all kind of flatbacks. He used to pull bitches all over the damn Southland. He went to my school, Cal State Northridge. But this ninja, he would be at LMU, Pepperdine, USC, pulling flatbacks. Right here. He be pulling bitches left and right. This ninja dropped out of school every semester. Every semester dropped out. Every semester dropped out. He was the ninja. He was a white guy, Italian guy. He was in a fraternity, but wasn't enrolled in school. Gigolo Joe. But he pulled bitches. Right? He had hoes all the time. And I used to be like, damn, what you doing, bro? Like, I didn't get it. I was like, straight loser. He ended up being a winner later on, but Gigolo Joe. But see, guys will see like, well, I want to be like Joe. Don't be like Joe, bro. Don't be like Joe. Don't be like Joe. Joe ended up, yeah, it was tough for him, Joe. Joe was that. How you in a fraternity and ain't enrolled in college? All right, inevitably, white guys that do game and be pulling bitches and talking about, this is what I hate when I hear white guys say this. You guys want to, what do they call it? Fuck hot chicks. Black men say smash. White guys always say, the white game guys, you want to fuck hot chicks, bro? Again, one syllable words. Fuck hot chicks, bro. Right? It's never two syllables with them Neanderthal game guys. Most of those white guys are never live a life that I want. They never have the shit that I want. They never have the life that I be like, I want exactly what they want. Never. They almost always losers or nerds. They are kind of like weird. Niggas be scratching. They be having dandruff and shit. They wear funny hats. Like they never, them white game guys never got a life that I would want to emulate. Not one of them motherfuckers. Right? You having dandruff, weird haircuts and styles for no goddamn reason. They all scrawny. They just be scrawny and shit. They always looking fucked up. And I'm like, who would listen to this fucking loser? Like this guy's a loser in real life. In real life, when he goes to his white community, he literally is a loser. Right? No white people respect him. Right? So I'm like, bruh, dude, what are people looking at? Young men, look at the guy saying what he's saying. Niggas be losers, bruh. All right, anyway. I'm like, why you listening to that dude? Same thing. Same thing as the black dudes. Most of them dudes be losers. Bum ninjas. Talking about, I be smashing chicks left and right. Okay. All right, nigga. Yeah. I believe that, nigga, when I see it. I believe it when I see it. And yeah, every now and then they get them one. All right. Every now and then they get them one. Out of 100. They always this type ninja. All right, anyway. It's like, y'all don't see it. Maybe y'all don't see it. I see it like a motherfucker. I'm like, what? I wouldn't listen to this guy do shit for me. Anyway. Yep, and they always got random sexual assault charges. Yep, dude, just give it time. Just give it time. You're going to see a sexual assault charge. He hit a girl over the head with a bottle. A couple women going to come out and say something. It's almost inevitable that somebody going to come out, some woman going to come out of the woodworks and said, I was with him. They're going to expose some text messages. He invited me on this show, but he wanted sex. It's almost always going to be the case. It's like, man, it ain't never no women come out. Yeah, I love this guy. He certainly tricked me out of my panties. And he dicked me down. All right, anyway, I ain't perfect. I ain't perfect, but shit. All right, shout out to TC. Appreciate your message. Focusing on making money and being healthy. Take me out with the career. That was yesterday? Oh, that was an hour ago, but shout out to you.
So I could focus on my career.
And guess what they'll also do? The game guys will also go mode 3 or mode 4. So they'll tell you they got game, but then if a woman rejects them, they crash out. Crash out. Right? You'll see them also, the Manosphere game guys will go on a show. They'll go on Fresh and Fit, whatever, Saucecast. They'll go on a show, and a woman there will read them like a fucking book. Every single time. These are the guys that's supposed to be good with women. They'll go on these shows, and literally the women are looking at them like, they looking at each other like, first of all, because the women don't know him. The women don't know him. But to us and the viewers, the man that they're watching is a legend. And he was a legend behind the screen. Like, he was a legend on this podcast. But what'll happen is they'll go on the show and it'll be a room full of women. And the women be like, and they be looking in the screen and they be like, this nigga really, people really listen to this dude? And then the dude will talk to her. Right? It's all the time. I never see women like comfortable around them and be like, God damn, what he's saying is on point. This nigga's a legend. They never say that. They almost look at this guy like, and then if one woman gets the guts to really go back at that guy, everything she gonna read him like a book. I've seen this happen to several of these dudes, and some of these dudes been wanting to debate me for a minute. I'm like, bro, you don't need to debate me, bro. You can't even debate women in real time, but you're supposed to be smashing all these broads. Right here. Yep, women be eating them up. Women look at these guys like losers. They do. They don't look at these guys like you look at them. Oh, they smash girls. No, they don't. They look at these guys as straight losers. All right? They do. Now, behind the scenes, they might try to smash. But I'm going to tell you, man, I've been on shows like that. I haven't had one woman treat me like a loser when I was on the show. All right? And you can look it up. Look it up. Do the research on your own. There's no debate that needs to happen. Do the research. When any of these game guys go on the show with women, the women eat their ass alive. Or they look at them as weird. When I go on the show, I've been on a show with a panel of women. I had the woman, I had the OnlyFans wife, and she was just purr, meow the entire time. I had the other one, I'm innocent, playing footsie with me under the goddamn table. They was laughing and sniggling. The other woman clapping, Hercules, Hercules. The other woman I called a 49er, and she just laughed. Right? Anytime you see me in the presence of women, the women be like, meow. They be in get 'em daddy mode right here.
Okay, daddy.
All right, because I don't go in there to be like, oh, I'm an old masculine frame and I'm going to show you I got game. I go in there to just be like chilling. So anyway, I'm like, dude, I don't know what y'all looking at. All right, anyway, did I get everybody? I'm going to go back through because I think Trent C said that. I gotta go back through. And another woman who was kind of mouthy, tried to get mouthy with me, but she was apologizing. Oh, sorry, I'm over talking you. I've never had these problems. So, anyway, J-Day says, stop planning and start experiencing. Yes, read caution labels, but to know yourself is to find yourself. He says, you are found out in the world, not stuck in your head. I think I got that right. But yes, read caution labels, but know yourself and it's to find yourself for sure. You got to find out who you are. And if you don't know who you are, at least start being something, but don't go back to default setting. I'm just a black man. I'm just a young black man in a white man's world. Please do not say that, bro. Don't do that. I'm I'm just a guy out here. I'm just out here trying to overcome systematic racism. Do not wake up with that bullshit. You literally gonna sabotage yourself. Mr. Inquisitive. Love when you speak the uncomfortable truths. You're speaking facts. He says, makes all the sense to me, but BWs run from accountability with no one challenging it. Most people just go with it, blaming the father. I too went through this. And he says, my son is hitting 18 this February. My baby mama has been acting different the last few years, coincidentally. I handle my responsibility as a man, and she has no power over me right now. And he says, I make most of the money consistently, and I'm blessed. I'm living free and clear. The reason why is because she has no power. This woman talked about it. This woman said, women hold on to kids because they get to have control over the man. This is the truth. When that control leaves, like my baby mama, for instance, since I won that case, guess how many times I heard from her? 0. Zip. But I was hearing through her lawyers. She was sending emails and text messages and trying to control the narrative with my daughter. She was playing all the funky little games. Soon as I beat her in court, and now my daughter's about to turn 19 in a few days, and my son about to turn 18. He's getting admitted in college after college after college after college. All right, we're going on college tours here in the next couple of weeks. Yes, I'm going to be on somebody's JUCO, which is going to be Division I schools, large schools, Big 12 schools, Pac-12 schools. All right, he getting admitted to college. All right, a whole different lane that he would have been in had I lost the case, and he would have stayed with his mama. He would have just been there going to community college. And guess what? I've heard from her 0 times. No lawyers, no messages, no updates, no nothing. Zip. When the control is gone, bitches ain't got nothing to use. They'll either try to crawl back or they'll fucking crawl in a hole. When your kids start improving, getting 18 and 19, them bitches got nothing left but to really drag down the remaining children that got close to them. If they ain't got one close to them, they ain't got nothing. Okay? So it's a reality, man. And men, you guys are getting these lessons that I'm teaching you about how this shit works, and it's a reality. Many of you guys have to deal with that. Shout out to our brother Khalid Cooper, says Marcus Sanger was right. He says they produce heathens. It's a hard lesson, but eugenics that's the racism right there, the eugenics. But yeah, you got to remember, somebody got to pay for all that property damage. Somebody got to pay for all of that. So she was like, that's how we going to control it. Okay. Now, my son is not going to any city that has a bad reputation. All right, but he's getting admitted to some very great schools. It's mind-boggling. Even for him, he is like flabbergasted. All right, I believed in him. I knew it, but he's flabbergasted. He's like, wow. And we put together a list. He put together a list. He really was the one that had that mind shift to saying, hey, I'm here now. He said, I don't have distractions. He's not living, court case and manipulation. So he's been able to have free thinking as a man. My son is living the free agent lifestyle. He was under the emotional control of his mother. And he was trying to fight for his own freedom to come live with me, which he rightly should have. But she was over here trying to play control. Once he got that freedom, he was like, damn, life is so much easier here. Yeah, because you don't have woman stress over here. We don't have woman stress. Over here, we don't have woman stress. We don't have emotional woman and a woman doing around. We don't have a woman, on her period, PMSing. We don't have a woman raging out, crashing out. We don't have a woman trying to play manipulative games. It's super easy over here. All right. All you got to do is go to school and do my editing. And that's it. You got the rest of the day to yourself. Do your homework and take your test. I got tutors for him. He got everything he needs. All right. So then he opened up the opportunity like, okay, now I need to think about college. He got inspired and by his friends. And, they were talking about getting their college applications in. He was like, it's time to do it now. Yep. Let's go. I support you. I gave him a credit card number and I said, apply to as many schools as you want. Apply to as many schools as you want. If it takes $5,000, it's $5,000. Apply to every school that you want to apply to. Then he started applying. His friends said, we're going to these schools. He started applying to them. Then I said, apply here. Maybe apply here. Oh, you think I could get in? I don't know. Put your application in. He said, I want to apply here. Go ahead. Apply over there. Then he started applying. He ain't been turned down by one school yet. He was like, what the fuck? Right? He's like, damn. But he was just going to go to a little local junior college had he lived with his mama. And barely probably would have done that. He should probably wouldn't even done that. Okay? So, as a man, you got to give your kids options. And so, they have leverage. And so, I'm teaching them this. All right? You don't need to teach them a lesson. You just need to show them, and hey, I got options. I'm a support. I believe in you. Here's the options. Here's the leverage. Go for it. And now he's getting, I can't tell you the schools because y'all hate ass motherfuckers will be over there trying to not get him admitted. All right. So unfortunately, I got to keep that away from y'all. All right. I can't tell y'all that. But now he's looking at life like, damn, I'm going to be on college campus next year. Yes, you are. So he's like, what school do I want to go to? A city school, a big school, small school? So it's a great thing to do. And he going to be at some school with some, well, I ain't going to tell you where. All right, because y'all some sabotage niggas out here. All right, y'all going to be calling up the school. Y'all going to be calling up the schools. All right, Coach Greg Adams' son going to be there. Yep, he's going STEM degree, all that. And it's amazing. He got admitted to a school yesterday, and he couldn't wait to tell me, man. And I heard that. I said, I can't even believe it, man. I was like, that's crazy. All right, and he's super excited about it. So that's what it is. And when he goes off to school, this house going to be a pure house of debauchery. This house, just like it was when I was battling the court case and before he moved in here, this house is going to be a pure house of debauchery. It's going to be orgies and trains and JUCOs and all kind of shit. Swings up in the air. It's going to smell like Padussy and all kind of shit. We going to have baby oil and KY jelly and condoms. And it's going to be wild. Young girls up in here from the local colleges. It's going to be get 'em daddy season up here for about 2 or 3 years straight.
Okay, daddy.
Pogs, everything, all that. Pogs, black women, is going to be flatbacks and ling-lings. It's going to be a house of whoredom in here. So I'm going to be like, go ahead, son. Yeah, check into the school and having a party. All right, it's going to be trying. All right. Because, yes, I deserve it. I deserve it. It's my life now. I pay my dues. I put my kids through. I got them to adulthood. It's going to be a house of whoredom here and a house of filth. Yes, it is. Gorditas, all that. It's going to be a house of filth and debauchery. All right, so I don't want to hear nothing about nobody. All right, how I'm living my life. As long as I don't go to jail. Yes, 50 Shades of Greg. And you're worth it. It's going to be 50 Shades of Greg in this motherfucker. All right, every day. All right, I don't have to wait for him to come home from school, go back, go to sleep. All right, bring the 304s in. All right, I know you're worth it. 50 Shades of Greg in this motherfucker, yes. Trying. Everybody get work at any point of the day. I'm a fire off my live stream. All right, everybody, I'm out in the live stream. All right, who here? All right, you about to get some work. Trying. Oh, man. Whew. I put my years in, man. I'm free. I'm a true free agent. All right. All right, I'm going to just sleep and live stream and trying. That's it. All right. I'm going to have to get my catch-up time. I'm catching up with life. Let me make sure I got everybody else leaving in here before. I don't think I got everybody else. So there's people up here. All right, I got a couple more. All right, anyway. Shout out to No Government Name. He says, I don't have an Amex yet, but I will soon. But I do feel some sort of privilege having TSA pre-check and global entry. Shorter lines, and I don't have to remove my shoes or clothing. I walk straight through and keep it pushing. Lounges are next. You're right, bro. Global entry was a lifesaver when I came back from Brazil. All right, that was a lifesaver. I was like, thank God I had that. I would add the wait in line. Jahari Russell says, salute to the coach. These PayPals I send, I might as well go ahead and join the money mindset. Please do. Please do. Shout out to you. Thank you for the support. Please join the money mindset for sure. We got the Jimmy ZTT and a couple more chats. He says, Coach, single moms can't teach responsibility to boys. They're very natural. I think their very nature is to rebel against men. He says that's why we're stuck with a world full of emotional males and high crime rates. I know because I was one, free agent for life, and I was once one. You know, all of us are emotional males. All of us are losers, and we're losers. So, yeah, if I call you one, it's because I can recognize the signs that you are one, and I was one. And H Everyday says, Jesus is at the JUCO. It's Coach Oracle in the building, and he having fun up there. Let me make sure I got everybody else on their way out the door. I do have an appointment that I have to get to, so I don't want to make sure I'm not late. Macaroni Tony got me a little misty-eyed with that. Apply to as many schools as you want, flex. Respect to you and your junior. Appreciate you right there. That's the flexing. Right here. All right, that's flexing, man. All right, apply to as many schools as you want. All right, don't worry about the application fee because your mama said that I don't got the application fee. Now you only have to apply to 2 schools. Only got $100. All right. I'm like, son, don't worry about the application fee, son. All right. Just go apply. All right. Don't limit yourself. That's called options, man. I'm trying to teach y'all. NGN, the chat is hilarious. Somebody put Rational Mitch and BBL MLD in the chat. My abs are hurting from laughter. People forget the PUAs literally play Dungeons and Dragons, yet they're teaching guys how to get supermarket on their Johnson. Shout out to you. Damn. Oh, it says right here, you made a typo. PUAs are teaching guys how to get supermodels on their Johnsons. He says CGA freak-offs will begin the day CGA leaves for college. All right. It's kind of happening now, but my son just closes his door. All right. He like, I don't want to see none of this shit. All right. The Rational Mitch, somebody said. And then you had one earlier. I think we can end off on that, because I did say I'll read it. And it says right here, do you think it's possible for America to gain back the truth of its younger men after the lockdowns and misandry from their own society and corporation, academia, and older males, aka toy soldiers, as you called it? No. I mean, we're cooked. Gen Z is really cooked right now. So they have to get back into the point where they've been locked down. Like, they scare you. They scare you, man. They be scaring you and shit and telling you to stand 6 feet away. You don't realize the psyops and the psychology that people put on these young men. Told them they're toxically male, got them out there swiveling their hips on TikTok. Gen Z has really been set up for failure. All right, that they can't recover. Remember, these things that we talk about are irreversible. They're irreversible. They've happened so often that you can't reverse it. A conversation ain't going to reverse it. The Manosphere, Andrew Tate, CGA, Kevin, whoever else, Angry Man, all right, Ringo, whoever all these people are, we can't reverse this shit. We can't not reverse it. My man says, I don't know if I could ever clap cheeks if my kids are around. Guys, your parents fucked and you were in the next bedroom in a thin ass wall. Your parents were fucking and making babies. Your dad was shoving cucumbers in your mama's pussy and you were next door. Okay, you guys got to realize sex is very natural and it's a very healthy thing to do. And your kids shouldn't fucking see you be a hermit until they get out of the house. Fucking is normal. Your parents fucked raw dog ski and had fucking, your mama face in the pillow. Your daddy had not even your daddy. Some nigga had your mama's face in the pillow and you motherfuckers was in the next door. Bruh, sex is normal, man. Stop fucking thinking that it's weird to a parent to have sex with their kids in the fucking house. That's fucking normal as hell, bro. Kids are fucking with their parents in the house. It's okay. Like, bruh, it's fine. Fucking is good. You know what I mean? It's not bad. Stop demonizing sex like that. You can fuck with kids in the house. Your parents sent you outside so they can fuck. Y'all better not come back in this damn house. Stop slamming that damn screen door. Lock y'all ass outside so they can fuck. Stop, bruh. Your mama was catching nuts to the chin and you was in the watching fucking Scooby-Doo. It's okay, bruh. It's okay to fuck when your kids are around. It ain't no big deal. It ain't a crime. That's what we do. Your mama got 8 babies. How you think them babies came around? They was fucking when you was there. All right, yeah. All right, yo, man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. I'll try to teach you brothers. But yeah, back to what I was saying right there. Yeah, men are kind of cooked. All right, men have been what I call wussified. George Carlin called it the wussification of men. And JC's Cake, he says, Coach, you going to have to give Rosalinda a raise with all that debauchery. Yeah, she going to have to clean all the mess up. Rosalinda might join in. Poppy, when you doing the next one? All right, because I want to be here. Joshua Moon says the application flex got to me too, Coach. Let's go, man. You guys got to realize how much people have limited you, and it's been your own family. Like, you were scared to apply to colleges because y'all couldn't afford it. Like, think of how limited, like, how you limited your kids. All right, you can only apply to 3 schools. I mean, come on, man. We gotta do better for ourselves and for the kids that you produce if you have them. Gotta do better. Gotta give them leverage and options. Shout out to the Coach Gang. We'll be back tonight. Hit the like button. Peace.
Better boss up, nigga.